Доброе утро.
Good morning. It's not a hot day today, and it's we're nearing the equator. So those who we stand today will endure for the rest of the days. And it's my pleasure to open the session and introduce to you the ambassador of Finland to the Russian Federation, His Excellency Hannu Himonen. He's a great friend of the school, and he also serves a great expert here. He travels with us to regional seminars, and recently he took part in our I class and did a great job. So I always ask him to speak on those topics that are really key for us, and the topics that enable a country to be a winner, and that small Finland, less territories that were acquired by Russia, and we holding our seminars in those territories and invite the ambassador such as Zelenogorsk. And it's really a pleasure for us when he comes to speak here. It's very professional, and the topic he's going to speak on is also very important. And we were talking with him and trying to figure out what had happened to that small country that performs so good and maintains excellent relations with Russia despite all historical troubles. Personally, I've never been to Helsinki. I've been to Finland once, but not to Helsinki. And I would like to convey my gratitude to that country via the ambassador that always supports the school and sustains the school. Finland cooperate on that with the Council of Europe, and so would like to convey my sincere gratitude to all those who take take decisions to support us. And that opens the session. Good morning. And thank you very much for such a nice introduction, Lena. It's a great pleasure for me to speak before you. I came here to Golitsyn last year, and I also joined you in Terioki, which is Zelenogorsk. And for me it's a unique opportunity, really. And normally I communicate with officials, and it's a totally different thing. And to meet young people coming from various regions of the Russian Federation, to meet with young professionals, it's really a unique opportunity for me. And I do appreciate it quite high. I have some slides. Unfortunately, those slides are in English. I prefer talking Russian. Perhaps it's not excellent Russian, but we will see. if it works. And I think that I need to allot as much time as possible for Q&A, and therefore I'll try to be brief in my main presentation. Actually, I would like to tell you straight that I'm not an expert in civic education, civic enlightenment, or in school education. I studied in Tampere University and in the journalist department, but actually it was not my profession, since for nearly 40 years I've been working for the Ministry of Foreign Relations of Finland. And such events like your seminar are quite nice for me to visit, and acting as an expert, if I'm an expert, it could be so, but still, don't forget that I'm a citizen on Finland. So, and I would express my private views, and probably I'll still stick to the attitudes that the government of Finland pursues. Here is a slide, and it gives you some bullet points of my presentation. First, I would like to just deliberate on the idea of civic values. What are civic values? Speaking of civic enlightenment or education, what role do civic values play here, and what schools can do for that? What is the role of the schools? I have a lot of materials on that matter, but certainly I'm not going to read out all the materials. Rather, I'll leave quite some time for Q&A so that we could have discussion and interaction. So, as for civic values, for me, the starting point here is the human rights. So, civic values for me start from human rights. And the concept of human rights is quite sophisticated now. We can even say that it's a continuous topic to discuss. And after World War II, that particular matter was well promoted, starting from the Universal Declaration on Human Rights in 1948. That declaration contains quite a number of very important points. So if you read it, or personally I read it from time to time, or reread it from time to time. After that, we saw a great number of other legal instruments to secure human rights. and mostly those are agreements, international agreements and treaties on civil and political rights, and there is also another set of instruments and economic and social rights that dates back to 1966. Then one can think of some other instruments, some other international agreements on the elimination of racism, discrimination against women, the ban on torture, human child's rights, and migration rights, migration workers' rights, and finally it came as the Declaration on the Rights of people with disabilities. So it's the topic is quite sophisticated, and there is a number of international institutions which are supposed to be in control and supervise the adherence to all those concepts and agreements. On the other hand, one can say there is another perspective, another point of view, meaning how we can monitor the observance of human rights. And it depends on citizenship, on the domicile, and it depends also on some other sorts of circumstances. And it also depends if there is some property involved, tax duties, and other things. Till 2012, till my appointment to Moscow, I worked in Geneva and spent a lot of time working in the UN Human Rights Council. It was really a year-round work, full employment. Civic values, it's not exactly human rights, and one should really differentiate between them. And it's also about the commitments or responsibilities of people, because again it's an eternal topic, and it means how you can make a good citizen, a good person. And if so, it's not only about human rights, it's about responsibilities as well. I can do something, and I am responsible before other people for that. And I think that's quite an important topic. It's quite complex. It's not easy. Since there is a great number of questions that are to be conveyed to the society in one way or another, to convey from the society to younger generations, so that to sustain continuity of the society and the integrity of it. Really, so that the integrity of the customs of the society are sustained. So the issue deals with some kind of an equilibrium between rights and responsibilities. And it's always when we raise such points, it becomes quite difficult for individuals or just grassroots people. It's also difficult for society and social institutions. So that principle has long been articulated in various fashions. So one of the first definitions available in writing dates back to the times of the Bible, when Jesus said, I think it's a pretty universal principle, when you apply your own rights, don't make harm to other people. That's really, it's very important, and it's pretty universal. If my understanding is correct, that principle served the basis for a very interesting international project. It was not an organization, but a group of influential people sets up an interaction council which back in 1997 approved of a project of a draft new universal declaration of responsibilities of human beings. So that's kind of the declaration of human responsibilities. Again, it's done just to maintain that equilibrium between the Declaration on Human Rights and human responsibilities. And so the draft declaration is still on the table. The UN has not taken any material decisions, but still the draft is there, and perhaps it's not probably the exact language of the draft, but still, in the backdrop of those proposals, there are some resolutions as the one that reads, if we have a right for life, our responsibility is to value that life. If we have a right for freedom, our responsibility is to respect freedom of other people. And if we have a right for safety and security, then our responsibility is to create similar conditions for every man that would enable a person to enjoy personal safety and security, and so on and so forth, and quite a number of provisions like that. Should we have a right for the freedom of opinions, religion, and faith, we are also obliged to respect religious principles and faith of other people. And that's exactly the equilibrium one is supposed to maintain and observe. It is to be promoted. And I think that those are the considerations and assumptions that could serve the focus of discussion for the civilized society. And I understand that it's not so easy. It's quite a complex thing. So, speaking of civic values, mostly we mean responsibilities of human beings, those of the citizens or members of a society. Values cannot make up a juridical concept or law concept. However, those laws can be drawn, and say criminal code is mostly exact manifestation and expressions or definition of the things that people are not supposed to do, and if they do, it specifies how that those people could be punished for that. Although it's not exactly the same considerations could serve the basis for civic values. And it's the legislation that would define and stipulates all those rights and provisions and boundaries. And certainly it would really stand for living in a civilized manner in a society. So, and here comes a question if school can play a role here, and what role it could be. So, in the English language, they normally use the concept of civic education, or just civics. In the USA, presumably. However, we should really see that the role of schools cannot be considered separately from the society, since every time when it comes to education in the backdrop of those general value ideas such as values, some other aspects are to be accounted for as well. For instance, families, traditions, and the role of a family. Specifically facing today's challenges. You know that living here in Russia, and we know that living in Finland, we know that concepts are being devised for families, for parents to live under these circumstances, and it means that situation is quite different from the one we had 50 or 100 years ago.
How to take down the traditions, down the generations, how to take them to the younger people. Today, in the societies where the schools operate, they face numerous challenges, which are essentially different from the challenges mankind faced in the past. And the culture being such a multifaceted thing as it is, and the mass media explosion through the new information channels are challenging to both the parents, the students, and the educational establishments at large. It is inconceivable to propose that families are at rest when sending the kids to schools. We are far from the bucolic days of the long ago. And let me reiterate this. The school does have a role to play, an important role in the civil society and the civil education, or civic education for that matter. And when we wish to transpose to our students the civic values, we have to be conscious of that. So, is civic education important? The answer is a resound yes. A lot has been done on that topic, on that subject, especially thanks to the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD. OECD is an organization that Russia wanted to join, but as a part of the Ukrainian crisis, the OECD decided to suspend negotiations with Russia about Russia's accession to the OECD. However, it is important. The OECD is not a standard organization. It is not about rights or responsibilities of the member states, but rather about membership. Membership in the OECD permits the members to compare or to have the peer review between the equal in rights, which is the key concept. And one of the most important lines or fields of work for this organization is in education. The OECD works closely with other international organizations, including, but not limited to, the IEA, which is the International Association for the Evaluation of Educational Achievements. This provides very precise data and studies which are highly accurate on the influence and the development of educational establishments, and it is specifically important to promote civic education. Unfortunately, there's a lot of text here, and I don't want to strain you, but this IEA here conducts regular studies, international studies on civic participation and citizenship studies. These studies have now been conducted twice or three times, and the next round will be in 2016. In the center of attention is the question how the young people may assume a role of a citizen. And this is highly interesting. In particular, one of the interesting approaches, which is about the 7 measurements of involvement: political involvement, civic involvement, voters' turnout, interpersonal trust, institutional trust, tolerance, and political awareness. These concepts are quite sophisticated, but they have been studied, and certain quantifying methods have been elaborated to measure these. So they have yielded quite accurate and reliable data. I shall take but one example of a method of such study, of such research. Questions are asked to high school students, and I'm not quite sure if how you would how you would translate it into the Russian high schools system, but the mean age in according to these studies is 15 years, the age of 15-year-olds, not too young, but also not quite adult, the adolescents really we're talking about. And there is this interesting, because the students are shown this leaflet. Leaflet of an electoral campaign. We, the citizens, and then there are different expressions, announcements, declarations, and let us not waste yet 4 years. Vote for the Gold Party. And clearly everybody can say that this has been written by the Gold Party itself. But then there are 4 variants, 4 options which are not just an easy way of showing who has been authoring or who has authored this leaflet, but in a consistent way an attempt is made to show why and how the political language is channeled and how it can be and should be interpreted. And I think that many would understand that this is certainly a leaflet has not been authored by this party of silver, but rather by the party of gold. But what question would be proper or correct? Because the right answer is B. It has been prepared by the opposition to the Silver Party, which of course means the Party of Gold, but there's an evaluation of very conceptual things. Such questions are asked. Many interesting questions are asked. And their resulting material is quite ample in size and volume. So I will not go deeper into this, but this is just one example of such studies. And the conclusions coming from such measurements and studies of 2009 show these results were shown in participated by 38 countries, including Finland and the Russian Federation. And it appears that Russia, as a result, was in the middle, almost in the middle of this table. And I did not know and Finland was number one in that list. Well, of course, this is the differences were not that sizable between countries, and the method is extremely sophisticated. One has to be an expert to master it. But, however, if you're interested, I can say a couple of words about this. I would like to conclude, but just a couple of considerations about Finland. We have a school educational agency, ministry, which provides the guidelines for the schools First of all, the first and foremost objective of all of these endeavors is to teach the students, and then there are four objectives: observation and analysis of the modern conditions and the circumstances, presenting well-sounded and considered opinions about what we should be aiming at in the future. Thirdly, the evaluation of the lifestyle and the prevailing tendencies from the standpoint of the future. And lastly, to make proper choices. Then there is the concept of gymnasium, the 3 last years of high school. It is common for all gymnasiums to promote active civics, civil standing, security and safety, sustained development, cultural identity, knowledge of cultures, technologies of the society, and the skills, communicative skills, and the mass media. This is but a short list of the endeavors within the school establishments which are being undertaken in Finland. I know that in the Russian schools there are also specific disciplines, subjects, and even disciplines such as the social science or обществознание at some schools, and the grades at the school in Finland. There are also the subjects devoted to the composition of the society and the state, but it is especially important here that show that all actual fields of school education need to be pursued. what is the composition of the scientific workers or the people in science. At the end, I would like to say that these studies have shown the importance of such endeavors, and the resulting properties developed with the young people are generally quite positive when the civics are taught or presented in a proper way at a school establishment. We will see how young people learn to behave, learn the social skills, and have a better knowledge how to live in this fast-changing and very complex world, how to behave responsibly and on the basis of mutual respect. So I will stop at this and let us pass on to the discussion. Colleagues, good morning. Let me ask you to comment or to ask questions to the ambassador of the Republic of Finland. I'm Artyom Filatov. I work in St. Petersburg at the Baltic Media Group. It is my pleasure to see you here, Mr. Ambassador, because for the past 2 years I have dealt quite actively with the Finnish matters. I have been to the schools in Helsinki, with the Swedish school in Helsinki, at the Russo-Finnish school, so I know a little bit as to how does this system operate. So I would like to say and to stop at the topic of a civic enlightenment, talking about the differences that exist between the Russian schools and the Finnish schools. The Finnish schools are municipal, mainly. They're not state. They're largely financed by the municipalities. And as far as I know, the Ministry of Education does not have direct influence, except for the national curriculum, over the schools. So the schools have certain autonomy, a certain degree of autonomy with respect to the ways of how the different subjects are taught. Do you believe, Mr. Ambassador, that such a degree of autonomy of the schools is conducive to the development of the civics among the Finnish population? Well, thank you for a very important question. Indeed, we have private schools as well, not just municipal, but not many. They're quite few in number, and most of the public schools, the state run schools, are indeed under the municipal administration. And the principle is and that the local schools are independent. However, it is more theoretical than practical, because where do the means come from, and how can you have large cities where there's a lot of entrepreneurship, business culture, many people, not just Helsinki, but also other big centers in Finland, and there are also small places, the towns and localities where the people are few, and the system was quite convolute. The municipalities have the rights, it is true, to collect taxes, but it is insufficient for the majority of municipalities. So I do not have a specific number, but I think that most of the money comes from the state. But you're quite right. The role of the state is quite limited at schools, and the influence of the state is also quite limited. One may say that the teachers at a schoolroom is a little bit of a dictator, is very independent. There are, of course, programs, instructions and guidelines, principles which need to be achieved or attained, but that can be done in different ways. And especially, this relates to the direct influence of the state bodies on the content of education. There are some general views and general considerations. The general textbooks, the curriculum, after all, that necessarily are centralized, but it is not the state bodies which stipulate the content of such textbooks or the ways that the information is presented at those. So I think that it is a matter of professional responsibility of the teachers and the experts in the particular subjects who publish the respective textbooks and guidelines. So, in theory, there's a very high degree of autonomy, but financially speaking, this is not the case, because it is impossible to attain such a financial autonomy. So, education within the schools can be done differently. I would say that the most successful schools in Finland have the most creative teachers. And they use the existing liberties to the fullest extent. A question from Armenia. I have been in Finland. We participated in the church festivals, and I had a very good impression from Finland. But the importance of civic education is recognized by the political elite in both in Russia and in Armenia. In Armenia, for many years, the kidnapped, the handicapped, the invalids were largely not involved. So the persons with severe invalidity did not want and could not integrate them into the school system. I know that Finland has a well-developed system of integrating the disabled people into the system of education. Well, thank you for this very important question. With respect to the invalids, yes, indeed, the integration of the disabled persons is a major task. We are taking certain steps to make persons more, and we're trying to integrate them to the maximum extent possible.
About inclusive schools, certainly it depends upon the degree of disability, degree of how hard it may be. This degree of disability but society invests quite a lot into making it possible, because pretty often than not, if the disability is so bad that in every child with a disability has his personal assistant or aide. It is not a teacher, it is not a tutor, it is maybe something in between, a person who has a university degree, so that he could help or she could help this child with disability to be included, to take part. And certainly there are certain cases where this is absolutely excluded. This is where mostly, but the principle of integration say many things have happened during the last 15 to 20 years, and I would put it this way. We still have not yet reached the desired point. It's ongoing development, and a lot of attention. Many questions which deserve us to focus our attention on, and certainly we want to do it even better. Certainly this is a difficult question, and it will take quite a lot in terms of money to address it. Well, Anna, please. Thank you very much for your presentation. Radwana from Yaroslavl State University. Thanks to Moscow School of Political Studies and Civic Enlightenment and the Center in Norway, we recently started a project on civic enlightenment in 4 regions of Russia. And first of all, I would like to request that the organizers of this event should invite His Excellency the Ambassador to attend a seminar for teachers to be held in autumn. I'm sure the teachers will find your presentation very interesting, and I hope the organizers will hear me. And the second point I wish to ask, Verglad Center that works under and with the support of the Council of Europe has developed methodological guidelines that is called Compass Compasita, which was presented to us at the seminars for teachers. Do Finnish schools follow these methodological guidelines? This has to do with civic enlightenment and civic upbringing. Well, I don't know. Indeed, the Norwegian Center, I've heard about it. It may be, well, in cooperation probably with the Finnish schools and organizations, and if we are a member of the Council of Europe, and since we sit in the Council of Europe, we know about it. This is where, as I told you, as to the research and studies, the most important thing is comparison. So that we could learn from one another. There are international centers, international programs that are very important. So, Yamal-Nenetsk Autonomous District, you now have the floor. Good morning, Sergeyev Yuri from Yamal-Nenetsky Autonomous District. My question is, it's generally thought that in the EU countries in the last several years, among civic values, they seek to teach tolerance to sexual minorities, to migrants. What role does this new approach play in civic values system in Finland? Yes, good. Yes, certainly. You can say that the world will change. For example, homosexuality. It was punished by criminal law till the early 1970s, probably, if I remember correctly. And at that time, we saw a protest which would gradually shift towards the rights of sexual minorities. And nowadays we can say that tolerance about this, it's part of our values. And this is something that is taught at schools, because this is where the role and responsibility of society is very important, because we do not know what is going on in families. And certainly the question still remains about human rights, irrespective of his sexuality. It does not mean at all. I know that among you we may have somebody who expresses in such a way that maybe you speak about propaganda among the minors, but this is not the case. This is the question to us about tolerance, about rights, about human rights. A different matter is migrants. Yes, we see more and more migrants. Finland, among the Nordic countries, may be, well, an exception, because traditionally we were very homogeneous. This is Finns alone. But you should remember that we have two official languages, Finnish and Swedish. And besides, in the north we have Sami languages that enjoy an official status. That's somewhat different. Swede-speaking Finn citizens are also Finnish, they're not Swedish. We were also homogeneous. They're just Finns who speak Swedish. We were a very homogeneous society, but gradually the number of migrants grew, including today, we are nearing about 70,000 Russian-speaking recent immigrants live in Switzerland. We have a pretty large group of Somalians and different immigrants whom we shall try to integrate into the Finnish society. Well, certainly it's a challenge, a great challenge. But especially in schools, this is also a matter of tolerance. We shall try to guarantee that the children of migrants should feel at home in Finland. I should not say that, really, that in Finland we have racism. This is a major problem, but we do have people like this too. But this is where the role of schools is very important too. It is particularly important, say, among, civic values that are taught at schools. Tolerance there is also taught so that everybody should understand that all people enjoy equal rights, irrespective of ethnic, cultural and religious background. Alexandra Shidova from Pskov region, thank you very much for your presentation, which may go into philosophical deliberations. We shall all have our own ideas about morality and law, values. We give a number of signs such as turnout at the election, interpersonal trust, trust for institutions, levels of civic culture. All this looks like democracy. So the philosophical question, what does the regime determine? Will the level of political culture determine the regime? Will it be determined by the regime or elsewhere? And from you, as one of the most democratic countries, I would like to hear comparative analysis between Russia and Finland. Well, this is certainly a difficult question, but an important question. Comparisons it's very hard to make a comparison in many ways. As to Finland, I suppose we are an absolutely democratic country, and this democratic character of our country it's not something new that dawned upon us. This is a result of our development, say, since for many centuries. Because when in Finland, when we became a great duchy in the Russian Empire in 1809, Alexander I stated that he respects Finnish constitution and legislation. What is it, Finnish constitution and legislation in 1809? That was really Swedish constitution. Swedish is one of the full members of Sweden. As we in Sweden say, Sweden-Finland. At that time it was part and parcel of the country Sweden. And it was very developed system of education, legislation. And Sweden, even at that time, was, we can say, a constitutional monarchy. And then during the 19th century, well, we had an autonomy. And very important things took place. Certainly, sometime in mid-19th century, that was the time, so to say, of the birth of a nation state. Well, for example, Italy became Italy only 150 years ago. Especially in the times of Tsar Alexander II, those were the times when he was a liberal, and we began to gradually acquire the qualities of a state and of independent autonomous state, which was apart from the Russian Empire. This is where we had our own currency and also, I can put it this way, parliament. It was not a democratic parliament, but still it was in place. We had this traditional, very much along the Swedish traditions and lines, and as it was not a democratic in a sense of today's principles, how we understand it today, but still we had a certain democratic character. But most important, I think, was the development of civic society in many areas of our life. We had cooperatives of farmers. At the end of the late 19th centuries, trade unions became very influential, and we can say that civic enlightenment at that time, certainly we had schools that are very important. We had public libraries, such as civil libraries, they're very important. But we had thousands and thousands of all kinds of organizations who worked for civic enlightenment. And you see, we understand that was the development for several dozen years. Now it's been over a century and a half that this civic society developed. And I suppose if you compare Finland and Russia here, maybe the most important difference would be, I do not know, would be the condition of in which the civil society was developed. I don't suppose there's anything else I can say. A question from Armenia again. Thank you very much. Artak Vaskanyan. I represent Yerevan School of Political Studies. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador, for your presentation on fundamental human rights. I hope you would agree that among these rights, the things that are as well important are mechanisms where, say, NGOs and the state can ensure those rights. This is where I would like to ask you to tell us about these modern mechanisms which you think are needed for post-Soviet countries. Well, about human rights, I suppose in many ways people just are not in good shape in law enforcement organs and in security agencies, in army units. What about this ensuring them in those situations in your country? And what are the modern mechanisms in place to make these law enforcement organs accountable, to subject to parliamentary control over security? I suppose this is where, in many ways, we speak about, well, in general, civil society as a whole. And certainly this kind of concept, what in England it's known as rule of law, which is justice, and it is very crucial. And this is where probably the concept I do not really know. I should have called it even before as a concept of trust in society. I suppose this is the key issue here. Finland is among those countries where the level of trust in society as a whole, well, trust for one another, trust to social institutions towards the state is very high. And this is where it may surprise you, but this is where the level of trust for police and to the army is very high too. They're respected. Why? Because they so behave and they do their work in such a way that they deserve this trust. So it's very, very hard to give some recommendations or whatever to somebody else, to another state, to another society, because certainly every country, every nation will necessarily need their own way. And let me put it this way, trust and justice and rules of behavior in society for respecting these rights. This is something that is key. Important questions where it's impossible to create them from scratch, and I will be quite open with you. I've worked with many countries, including India, Indonesia, with the exception of Europe and New York City. Apart from Europe, I also worked with New York City. We in Finland, we in Europe, in the West, we are expecting that change will take place very fast, overnight. Let's put it this way. So, let's have any more corruption. We should just overnight do away with corruption. Certainly it is very important to do away with corruption. But everybody knows that these expectations are impossible if you think it will happen overnight. So every country has her own way, and this is always means interaction between leaders, country leaders, and citizens, and a certain common understanding, shared understanding that we have certain rules that we all respect, and only if we work together we can develop our country further. This is a difficult and sometimes a slower process, slower way than we could hope for. There is no other approach that is possible. Colleague sitting next to me, to my left, please, you now have the floor. Lev Gordon from Ijevsk. Mr. Ambassador, thank you for your visit. You speak slowly but giving great thought. In Russia we have a number of jokes you may have heard about Estonians, about the Finns, about the Finnish and Ugarish languages. I wanted just 30 seconds introductory and 20 seconds for the question. I wanted to ask you a question as a person. There are three countries, United States, Russia and Finland. America, from the very start, was built along the values of passionate entrepreneurship. When they would conquer the Wild West, most passionate people from Europe would emigrate there, and the culture, those who know it, a very high energy about creating all things new, both in business and social sphere, you name it. Yesterday we heard somebody speaking from the United States. Russia people are all very hot and passionate, many revolutions, many upheavals, but at that, when we speak about our culture, very often you can hear that Russians are certainly ready in a difficult time to mobilize themselves and do something, but generally we are lazy people. And this is where very interesting Finnish experience in your culture, because the Finns, at least historically, are also not a very passionate nation as compared to us. We don't see a huge amount of inner energy. At that what happened to Nokia 10-15 years ago, and this outburst in business and social progress in Finland, it's very noticeable from elsewhere in the world. What do you think? You've spoken about many things, but what do you think is the experience of Finland that Russia could borrow to overcome this conviction that in Russia we have this sort of laziness and indeed begin to progressively develop the country in both social and business spheres? Well, a difficult question. Indeed, we are Finnish and Finn and Ugarish nations. Maybe we look very much alike. Maybe with the exception of the Hungarians, because they are ethnically also somewhat very different from us. Yes, indeed. Well, the Finns maybe are slower. I know that we have like a impression that we make. And I suppose to a great extent it's also exact and to the point. And I would say that historically entrepreneurship in Finland has never been strong. We should say that many of our leading entrepreneurs in Finland, such as say who promote cutting-edge technology, they were not Finnish, they were Swedish or Swedish-speaking Finns, because this is also a study that shows that Finns and others are, Swedes are happier than very serious Finns and so on. And we had many entrepreneurs who hailed from Germany, Great Britain, Switzerland. For example, you know Karl Fazer, or Fazer as you call him, is actually Swiss. This chocolate that we make, chocolate factory that used to belong to him. A very important part is our timber industry that was set up by Scottish emigre, by a rather German from Scotland, starting in the 1860s. In the reign of Alexander II, when liberal economic policy was pursued in the Russian Empire by the government.
And it is true that that the new Nokia is new now, and because this is so Nokia is located just in the middle of Finland, so he finished school there, and so my first employer was Nokia company. So not Nokia that we're talking about, but another Nokia, so which was involved in timber and paper and pulp industry, and so that was my first employer, different Nokia. And starting from the 80s, the 90s, so there was just a wave. We could observe this big wave of entrepreneurship in Finland, and today, let's say, after so then Nokia is on decline, and so Nokia now is facing a lot of difficulties and economic problems, but after Nokia had fallen, and we so now just we're talking about startups against the background of those big companies, and we're attempting to create good business conditions for young businessmen who want to do something new, to make a breakthrough. And here, so the situation is not playing out the way it should be. But still, so we've learned a lot of very important lessons, and so we are moving forward. So what we need, the state should not be the leader in open terms, open conditions of the market. So the state should not be at the pinnacle, should not be the biggest. Institution in the market. So then the market should be, the state should be a facilitator, so it should be kind of a go-between. So the state should play the role of a helper, of a supporter, and so that to get the small businesses going, to get the ball rolling, so to simplify this, and thus create the necessary social, economic values. So that's a new wave. So that's when we look at the state differently, and so it's a new way of development of Finland. No, that's it. The time is up. Mm-hmm. Our time is up, unfortunately, and so always I'm very sorry just to stop the sessions, especially when we have such a wonderful speaker, but we need to say that Finland is paying a great deal of attention to the work of our school. And so this is can be explained easily because we're dealing with the country that reached civil education, and it's a big success story from the viewpoint of civil education. And Finland supports our school and understands our work very well. And so the Finnish ambassadors so come to our seminars regularly, and so maybe even so the seminar one day will be held in Finland. So we have lots of reasons to give our expert a round of applause. Half an hour break.
Так,
My friends, please attention. By the way, I can see. Maybe I don't see well, but so there are some people from business. They come when they want to come, and they go when they want to go, and they kind of tend to miss intellectual components of our deliberations. Yes, but they come only for some things that they think are more useful for them. And I would like to introduce you to a person who I think, as many professionals know and very well aware, want to introduce you to someone who is not the only one, but one of the best economists in our country. There are very few excellent economists, because like in any profession, like in any business, many know a lot but understand very little. And here we had a teacher talking to you. You remember Sergei Vladimirovich, and his close friend and colleague, Mr. Yasin. And you remember I was telling you about the school, and so this school so starts with one of his wonderful disciples, students, Mr. Yasin's students, and I think that this Sergei Vladimirovich was, I think it was a wonderful article in the paper where he described what economy is. So when he considers economy from the prism through the prism of political and social components and the social institutions that are necessary for the operation of economy. And now just he is living between the two continents, which is the US and Russia. And so I'm very grateful that at this short period of time, short stretch of time that he found himself in Russia, he found time to come and make this presentation. And I would like, on behalf of this class, so to give him a huge thanks, and I think that you will be able to ask passionate questions, because the presentation will be passionate as well. So these are the applause that after which I need to leave, right? And okay, questions. Okay, I love questions. Okay, then the people have many ideas that they want to ask about, and so then let's just ask. So I don't get so five questions in a row, and then I start answering. Okay. 5 questions. Thank you for a chance to ask Sochi, David. So I always just love your presentation. You are my favorite speaker after Shenderovich, and so I always listen to you when you are on air. So you live between two countries, Russia and the United States, and in the regions among the civil activists, I mean people who are passionate. So there's a big deal of apathy. And so then there was a great deal of social wave of activity in 2011. So people who believed, trusted in anything, who thought that that could be changed in Russia, something. And so now they realize that it's getting worse and worse, and they will see dynamics, the curves there, what laws are made, and how elections are held. And in this connection, against this background, what kind of words we need to find, what kind of motivation we need to find to stop people from leaving, so that they could stay in Russia, so that they wouldn't go to abroad or into the internal domestic immigration. Closing, okay. Timofey Grigoriuk, Yaroslavl. I wanted to ask why the economy won't grow. Why our economy? Because for me, it's a very interesting subject matter, and so I think so. What is this? Why is that it's not growing? Because we listened to Mr. Yasin concerning we got his take about the prospects of the Russian. So he was optimistic, but very moderately optimistic. But it's about only a year ago, So we had this seminar in Yaroslavl of civil leaders. So some economists spoke, and Mr. Yasin spoke there as well. And there the forecasts were quite grave. So everyone, the listeners, so they thought that encroaching, impending catastrophe and crisis, and so we're ready to tighten the belts. And what is it? What's in the way? What's in the way of our economy? So the last years, why the economy won't grow? And whether there will be eventually more or less a crisis. Is the crisis coming in the Russian economy or not? Khvostov, Saratov. I've been trying to ask this question to Voloshin, to Ryzhkov, and I decided to ask this question about Khodorkovsky. So he was released half a year ago, Mr. Khodorkovsky, yes, and over this half a year hasn't been to the States a single time. And I wanted to ask why. Has been to the States? Oh yes, he's been to the States. No problem, he's been there. Okay. So what was his conflict with the United States? Why? So Mr. Khodorkovsky, so he travels far and wide, and that's his own time, and he goes to the States, and so he's been there many times, I can tell you. But if he doesn't want to comment on his trips, why should I do that? So ask another question. Rudakov, Rostov-on-Don. So that's a kind of similar question. So the stagnation, recession. So when will it end? Is it a temporary thing that will bottom out and fix itself, or it's a systemic crisis, so which will be impossible, difficult to overcome? Kovalyov, Sergey. Okay. Timur Ingushetia, Timur Uzhakov. I asked Mr. Kudrin this question, and we didn't get a coherent answer that I would like to hear. It has to do with imports replacement of imports. Our guest said that where a raw materials, commodities region is very difficult to replace imports. So although the Kazakhstan sales commodities, does it very well. And like some Arabic countries, they do that as well. So why being just a commodity region, still we can't start replacement of imports, so which can actually give good indicators of the rates of GDP growth. Kovalyov, Volgograd. Why the economy won't grow? No, so then the economy will grow, but if you fertilize it and if you water it. So it's agriculture. I want to ask about agriculture. So they just stop agriculture they prevent agriculture from developing, or we don't want, because I get the impression that there is a targeted program to kill Russian agriculture. Can you? So they're just preventing, or there is a special, program to kill Russian agriculture? Hidden agenda. Great questions, by the way. And everything is about immigration, emigration. I don't understand. So let's start with the economics first. So why the economy won't grow? So because it needs to be watered and fertilized. Because economy is such an organism. So for a person, food, water, sun. So we need just to feed the human body. Because if you don't eat, don't drink, so you can just lose some weight. You look fresh and nice. But when that's the third day, so you can feel that your stamina is going, and then in a week's time, so you start to die. So that's something is wrong. So you want just to sit, and then you want to lie down. If they don't feed you, and the same. So investments, so the same thing. Those who are involved in business, you fully realize that. So there's no such thing that you build a business and then you smoke and then your business works. That doesn't happen that way. You need to do something, add value, something to improve, invest. So change computers, offices, cars, whatever, suppliers. So this is all investments. And so you have to invest in your business, not only materials, so energy, your zest, your verve, so whatever, attitude. You need to do that. And it's true of any company, it's true of the world economy, it's true of the country economy. And so the economy cannot develop if there are no investments, like cars. Any car, you need to maintain it, you need to change, pump, oil, etc., lubricate. But if you have a company, and for a long period of time, you're not going to invest, so then you won't be able just to get even, just to the same level that you had last year. So you will be biting the dust of other companies. And that's in the Russian economy. So starting from crisis 2008, and so in 1999 to 2008, so there was this correlation that 2% of investment growth, the economy gets 1% growth of GDP. 2% to 1. So 1% of GDP growth, 2% investment. So this is the correlation, and so the range is very close. 1 to 10. So it could be 195. So 2 to 1, 2 to 1, 2 to 1, and that's how it works. And about in 2013. The investments dried up in Russia. So the economy of Russia did not get any investments or growth of investments. And as a result, so this process started to slow down. So the investment started to decelerate. And in 2013, so the investment stopped. In 2014, the first Q, minus 5% investments. This is it. Now, so this is a very simple answer, because this is a causal conditioning. And then, why the investments dried up? So why our country is such that no one wants to invest in us? And so why people don't want to do that? And because they are not sure that the investments will be paid back to those who invest. Because the economic relationship, not sure that if I invest, I will get anything from it. Because the relationship is built on trust. In a more modern world, so you can have connections, relations with customers, suppliers, and never meeting them. It's on the internet. So you met them, you talk to them virtually. So you paid, and you got a service, you got a product. That's it. And this is the contract is the basis of economy. Agreement is the basis of economy. Relationship between the people. So on a handshake. And if one side breaks the contract, so you take this side to court. And so for many centuries they do that. And so then the court will decide who's right, who's wrong. So the court protects the contract, and the contract protects your property rights, supply, investments, whatever. In Russia, there's a situation when when the time of fast money, quick money ended, so you cannot invest today, in 3 months' time get a good response. So the investment contracts, so 3, 4, 5, 7 years, so 15 years, some people invest. And business in the wider sense of the world came up face to face with the fact there are no guarantees that the result of your investments you will get the result, because anytime so some guys can come to you and say, so will you please give me 25% of your business, or half of your business, or just sell me your business cheap, and get out of here. And this situation brought about that people realized that the situation that the court will not protect, and so there is no protection of property rights, and that's it. And business lost interest because modern business is quite mobile. So globalization that we hear all the time, it's not a bad word. It's an event that we're living through. So phenomenon. You can live in Tambov and buy commodity in Australia, process it in China, and sell to South America, and have accounts in the Swiss bank. So this thing works. So you don't have to have it all just close at hand. So no one works like that. And that's why business always has a choice. So to invest in Russia, or invest in other country, or just to put the money on the back burner and just to keep it. Yes, because if you invest and then you lose everything. But if you put on deposit, so then at least you haven't lost your money. So certainly you won't make as much as you wanted, but you won't lose it. So then the situation is such that the majority of businesses, considerable business community, they do not trust the future safety of their investments, and simultaneously. So then there another process that's superimposed. So in 2010, 2011, so the Russian government made a decision to increase defense spending. So then the budget now just goes for the defense and the special services, special agencies, and Ministry of Interior. And the budget is not made of rubber. You cannot just extend it or just blow the and pump it up like a balloon. So then the defense budget went up. In the regional budgets after the presidential elections of 2012, so they appeared May orders of the president where the regions had asked to increase salaries to workers, to teachers. So then first the average in the region, that above the average region, no one gave any money for that. And so that was the decrees of the president so for the regions, so to increase the salaries. And then you fully realize that the best way if you need to save money quickly, so you cut investments, right? That's it. Because you can do it quickly, so the scale is quite high, and there is no short-term effect. So, for example, if you in our company you stop a certain investment project, then for the next half a year nothing will happen to your company. Certainly, it will start slowing down, but it will survive. The same in the economics. If in any area, so you stop investing, so buying fixed assets, equipment, teachers, school, computers, whatever. So the school or hospitals, if you don't buy MRT equipment, it will continue to work. But in a certain period of time, it will start to grind down to a complete stop. And the teachers so will be happy or unhappy. That's right. But they will work. And so this combination, these two processes, on the one hand, is distrust of business. So they're not protected, the property rights not protected, and the budget has been so reoriented to defense and increasing social spendings. And so this is why so the investment shrunk as a result. I was in Samara region recently, and fall. I spoke there, and I spoke to a local minister of economy, and so he to my simple question, where you got the money to raise salaries, so he said, so we cut investments. That's it. How much? 25%. That's it. It means that in 4 years' time, so then that they raise salaries, so just to carry out the order of the president, if it continues to go like that, then in 4 years' time there will be no investments at all. And the Samara region, so then in the 90s it was a donor region, so then big tax base, and then now this is the region that balances its spendings and incomes. So very few regions like that who practically they break even, but they are not getting much money from the state. And that's why the economy is not growing. Then is this a situational, temporary situation, or it's a long-term crisis? I'm afraid it's a long-term crisis. Long-term because. And defense, you cannot close down defense spending because there are lots of programs. So development of new equipment, the military for 3, 4, 5 years, and the suppliers got orders, contracts signed, so money promised, and so many contracts as the Ministry of Finance has not been paying either in 2013, 2014. So then the company already delivered, supplied equipment, they took bank loans, and that is why so then the chances that the defense spending may be reduced, maybe a little bit, but not much. But the flywheel is turning, and so because the defense budget has to be spent, And then certainly because we don't want to bankrupt the companies of military-industrial complex. So then the defense spending is a temporary thing. So we can say, okay, so we by 2020, so the program of rearmament, and then we'll live better. So then all the money just will be channeled to where we need. But with private business, the situation is much worse because no realistic steps aimed at this creation of system of so rule of law, property protection, etc. We don't have it. And so if you look at, if you read, there's this economic article, and 2012. So Mr. Putin wrote this article. So Mr. Putin speaks unequivocally about all the negative things of the judiciary system, the distrust of the judiciary that needs to be changed. But as he wrote it all in the article, so and he was the candidate to the president position. But he talks the talk, but he doesn't walk the walk. And when the relationship between Ministry of Interior, special agencies, the mentality of to change the mentality of judges, so you won't be able to do that in a matter of several years, even. And so that's a tall order to do that. It's a famous case of Kirov timber. If you remove Mr. Navalny because he was behind us, because the conviction, the verdict, and the indictment, so the content of the indictment was as follows about Mr. Navalny. So he was indicted by virtue of the fact that you're buying certain product, you resell it, and you make money on it, and then for this they put you to prison. They put you in jail, and for this, Mr. Navalny, Petr Oficerov, just was put in jail because he was buying and then selling. Yes, and he talked about this business with Mr. Oficerov. He's not an owner of this business, not owner company, no business, nothing. Just he talked to this Mr. Oficerov who owned this business, and even for this, he was prosecuted. And so this case is even worse than the second case of Yukos. And so when they were saying that they stole oil, because the sense of indictment that you are doing business, you're involved in business, and this is already a criminal, an act of crime. And so then the post of Russia, so we know that is the same thing. So the people are making money on normal commercial activities, and so the documentation is so legit, all above table, everything is there, so paid, 3 counts, everything fine. And this is, in the opinion of the Russian court, is a criminal activity. And certainly we say this is, so it has to do with Navalny, so because he was prosecuted for his opposition activities. Not true, like the first case of Yukos, when all the regional and local bureaucrats, so because they knew that they could take away someone else's property, because after the first case to Yukos, so they started to steal the same, and so the post of Russia, the same case, and so the local bureaucrats get a chance to grab somebody else's property. So like a timber case with Navalny, so they know, the public officials know that any opposition, any politicians can be put to jail, and his property can be confiscated and distributed evenly between those public officials, and they know that because there is no protection. And so to overcome all this, so we need the political will, and then from this economic dead end, plus the lack of investments, plus stagnation, plus a recession in the economy, but the issue can be addressed politically. Neither Ministry of Finance nor Economics, so they can't do anything about that to make the economy get out of the crisis, because it's a political decision. Because it's not institutional crisis; it's the political crisis. Why they don't allow to develop agriculture? No, so they allow for agriculture to develop. Look at the statistics. So they invest a lot. Agriculture is evolving. So since 1999, agriculture is I think it's one of the most sustainable part of our economy. So irrespective of the yield of the crop, so this is slowly but surely on the rise. The only part of our economy, so that's about 2003, 2004, we need to admit, that after so many difficulties and challenges, so the system of agriculture eventually managed just to create some sort of semblance of the system of support and investment support and allocation support to the agriculture. So they put it together. So you remember that the Soviet Union was the importer of grain. So the Soviet Union imported grain all the way until the last year of its existence. And so now Russia exports grain. So this is agriculture. This is the result of the changes and support.
Can export of grain lead Russia out of the stampede and make it a flourishing country? It cannot, but if you say that agriculture is not developed, it's not true. Grain production is growing, and to the best of my knowledge, and again, you can argue if it is efficient or not efficient, slow or fast. There is the issue of Altai grain harvests, because it's a landlocked area, 4,000 kilometers to any sea. If it is shipped by rail, then it will not be economical. And the government has been discussing that issue for 3 years now, trying to find a solution. They try to build some port facilities to export grains from that port, so that that region could produce more grain and export the surplus. If you look at the poultry and meat production, those are the industries that are showing very stable growth. In certain years, the growth rate reached 30%, which is great for any kind of business. And I wouldn't be surprised if some 2 or 3 years later, Russia could virtually stop importing poultry or other meats. But there are some other problems. Cattle breeding is a problem. Russia cannot do that. It doesn't work. I cannot understand why, but still. You know, if you make pig meat, it's a 6 months cycle. With cattle stock, the cycle is 3 years. So the moment cattle stock is growing, there is a drought like it was in 2010, and government failed to respond with investments in the feedstocks, and that cattle had to be slaughtered. And we have a climatic problem. We have cold climate, and we don't have such climatic conditions for cattle stock as they have in New Zealand. And for Russia, we need to build roofed facilities for cows, and that is the restriction. And besides, we will never grow bananas or grapes or oranges. When you fly to Antalya, to Turkey, you can also see a lot of greenhouses which protect plants from sun. But in our case, should we build greenhouses, we need to see to it that they are heated. So there are still some things that are being addressed, and there are some things in agriculture which cannot be addressed. And if it is beneficial, as it is economical to import beef from Argentina, it will continue. But I have strong doubts that it's a true target, it's a good target when we try to produce everything locally. A working group was set up some time ago under the auspices of the United Nations and the World Bank. And they made a research of the fast growth phenomenon. By and large, fast growth with a rate of 5 to 7% is the effect of the post-World War II times. Never before economists saw such a fast growth. So over 50, 60 years, from 1950 till 2010, there were only 13 countries who were growing at a rate of 7% annually for the period of longer than 20-25 years. 25 years as the duration of one generation. So those examples are very few, so it's easy not to overlook them. that first conclusion explaining why those countries were growing fast, because and the Russian economy from 1999 through 2008 was also growing at a rate of 7%. Should we manage to maintain that growth, we would be among those 13 countries. And the first conclusion which can be made why those high growth rates can be maintained is only if your economy is export-oriented. No domestic market growth can ensure such high growth rate for the period of one generation. And Russia was lucky that in 1999 through 2008, and you remember that depreciation of ruble in 1998 that helped Russian goods become competitive. And domestic demand began growing, but in 2008 that miracle ended, and the domestic demand stopped to grow. In the first quarter of 2014, in order to maintain growing consumption, the population had to cut their savings and deposits in banks. Before that, there was a balance. Now we can see that the growth of per capita income stopped, and in order to maintain your consumption, you need to cut on your savings. So replacement of import goods cannot be done by some order. In the modern open economy, where customs duties role is not that high, and shipping costs, in order to ship a couple of shoes made in China to bring them to the United States by sea, it costs just 7 cents. So it's nothing for the cost of that pair of shoes. Those costs are reducing, so it makes it senseless to build small factories that would work for the economy of one country, even for such country as Russia, with a population of 140 million people. And the experience of the automotive industry showed that the company that makes less than 5 million cars a year are not stable. They are either acquired or go bankrupt, except for some marginal cars, luxury cars. So if you run mass production, there is a minimal size. In Russia, the maximum number of cars sold a year is 3 million. So who can build a car company in Russia that would make more than 5 million cars a year? It cannot be done with import replacement. You cannot do so that it's competitive domestically, but is not in demand outside. So you can make everything that is in demand both domestically and abroad, or something is done by directive, by orders. Something is made locally, and people are made to buy local goods. So it can be done either by order, or it's up to the people to decide what to buy. And cost-effectiveness principle cannot be abolished. So in terms of replacement of import goods, the government can do something, but it requires investments anyway, and any investment project lasts for about 3 or 4 years, and you cannot order people to invest. And if it is much more beneficial to invest in a relationship with bureaucrats who could ensure that you have some monopoly locally, why should those people invest in building some facilities that are aimed at replacing imports? There is no economic reason for that. That is why the share of non-mineral products is not growing, since those who can invest, they invest in some other areas. Migration is the next question. I wouldn't refer to that as migration only. It takes 10 hours to fly from Moscow to Washington. It's roughly the same as the flying time from Moscow to Vladivostok or to Petropavlovsk upon Kamchatka. And if you move to Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky, it's not immigration, but if you move to the United States, immigration. Or if you move to Finland, Kiev or Kharkiv. I made a point about business because the saying goes that fish looks deep waters and people look better places and better times. And if conditions for IT companies are better in Ukraine, if social taxes are lower there, and if lease payments are lower, and the quality of programmers are the same both in Ukraine and in Russia, and all those IT Russian companies that do software, they employ much more people in Ukraine than in Russia, although even 10 years ago it was the opposite. Things have changed by today, and many programmers, Russian highly qualified programmers, they work as freelancers with contracts signed abroad. Who are they and what are they? Are they immigrants or not? It's a very complex notion, you know, specifically when it comes to business. There is a very known example. There is a Boeing aviation company that makes those wonderful planes. In Russia, Boeing maintains some design bureau employing more than 1,000 highly qualified engineers. According to various estimates, the Russian design bureau of Boeing made some from 30 to 50% of all the design work for a Dreamliner Boeing 787. And at the same time, the Russian economy got only jobs and some social taxes, but added value all went to Boeing and incorporated. And but those people who work there, are they immigrants? No. But from the economic point of view, they work for a different economy. So again, when it comes to business and business people, I really believe that business have turned into global and international affair. It's very hard if you work in the contemporary global market. It's hard to stay in the boundaries of a single country, no matter how big the country is. Only if, perhaps it is possible only if you have orders from the state, or if you are investing in exploration and production of oil in some place. Otherwise, in a global competition, you need to be a multinational company. And in high tech, all businesses, nearly all businesses, are international. When it comes to businesses and or things that take place outside business sphere, it's much more difficult to make judgments. When we talk about some researchers, politicians, and experts, analysts, it so happened that in the past 7 to 8 years, I will just make another point. So in Russia, in those years, we saw the situation that resembles very much the Soviet Union situation. If you can imagine that we all follow life cycle, we all want to climb up our careers. And in the Soviet Union, there was to be used to be a solid pyramid that was controlled fully by the Central Committee of the Communist Party.
when the Soviet Union collapsed in Russia, gradually we saw the opportunities for several pyramids. One was civil service, the other was business, third was politics, the other pyramid meant NGOs, military career made up another pyramid. And I think one of the good things Boris Yeltsin made was the fact that he opened various pyramids of career for various people, and you can switch from one pyramid to another. You can have worked in business for some time, then switch to government, and then to the NGOs, and it was just a typical pattern. Since it's the way all advanced countries live by. And in the past 7 to 8 years in Russia, it so happened that all pyramids except for the governmental service became problematic. They have not disappeared. We have the business pyramid, but businessmen are not invited into government. If you work in business and if you are not a friend of the president or prime minister, you cannot become a civil servant. And so we have some bureaucrats who have stayed in the government for 20 years, 30 years or so. I'm not saying that it's too bad, but the fact is that outlooks by a businessman, civil servant, or some other person are different. So if you looked, you've been looking at the world for 20 years from your narrow perspective, you are losing the reality, and you take decisions based on some different picture of the world. This year we mark the 25th anniversary of the first convention of People's Deputies. And when Gorbachev came to power in 1985, he became the Secretary General of the CPSU. There were no feelings that changes and reforms were to come, because there were similar faces, secretaries of Gorkoms, Obkoms, regional committees, and even the elections to the Supreme Soviet were not fully free. There were quotas of the Communist Party, and but still, even that burden, like from nowhere, and we saw heaps of public politicians who were determining the Russian policy for the next 10 to 15 years, both in Russia and in many other Soviet republics. And the developments of the past years in Russia show us that public politics in Russia is over. A couple of weeks ago, Boris himself said that we don't have politicians in opposition, because a politician in opposition, that's the person who runs for elections and hopes to win and come to power. Can you think of a single politician in Russia who hopes that he would run and win from the party in power? I don't think there is any, and for the opposition politicians there is no room. We have dissidents, and Nemtsov called himself a dissident because he said, I had a different opinion on things that were going on, but I don't have no chances to win election, to run for election. I cannot even run for elections because I will not be registered. No media will cover my speeches, and I cannot be sponsored by any businessman. And Navalny's election campaign financing was put under scrutiny, and virtually the financial support was cut from him. And the authorities always find ways to stop such politicians from coming to power. But to say that things are much better abroad, well, I say that you can live everywhere. You can live in Moscow, you can live in Tambov, in Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky, in Washington, or even in Africa, and you can live well everywhere. For a contemporary individual, freedom mostly means the freedom of choice, and those under same circumstances can make that choice. And they try to see where they can really develop themselves and live better. If you don't find such an opportunity in Russia, or if you or your family are threatened living in Russia, but you can afford living in Paris or Helsinki and be employed in the same capacity where you are professionals, then what can stop you? Why should put your family's prosperity at risk just because you have some other opinion that is different from the official one? So I don't think that you can stop immigration. So people live even in the United States, and more people come to the United States. There is inflows and outflows of people in the United Kingdom. So to use the word immigration, or just to have fair immigration, you need to have fair competition in the country everywhere, in all areas, in politics and sports. So when fair competition is in this country, then probably we will forget about immigration as a problem. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, in the back rows. No response again, so let's start with you. One. No, I cannot afford two Armenians ask two questions. I would like to apologize for I'm Aran Kazaryan. I'm graduate of the Yerevan School for Political Studies. Three very brief questions. Again, in the backdrop of the recent events in Ukraine and the sanctions imposed on Russia, can they really affect Russian businessmen, those who had deposits in foreign banks, so that those businessmen would bring the money into the Russian banks? That's my first question. Second question. What first priority tasks do you think are there? Or just in other words, what steps are to be taken to improve investment climate in Russia? And the third question is about my company. In the past 10 years, it proved to be quite efficient and big in the Armenian market as the biggest manufacturer of confectionery goods. And it makes plans to expand its exports into Russia with a new brand. Mind you, we are short of time. Okay. I wonder if there are any operating institutions in Russia that would support foreign businesses and create a favorable climate for investments. Thank you. I'm Katarzyna Jezińska. I'm from Poland. My question was also about sanctions. My colleague from Armenia have already asked that, but I will rephrase that. What's your opinion of the sanctions? Are they meaningful? I'm not talking about that formal sanctions. But something that is done not openly, no loans for Russian firms and lower trust and confidence in Russian markets. And second question, you made that point about the termination of real per capita income growth. Mr. Yas and Mr. Kudrin spoke before us earlier, and they also made a point about that issues. And they also said that real per capita income in the future can go down. So, under what conditions do you think lower per capita income can arouse some unrest in Russia? Thank you. Good afternoon, Maria Golova from St. Petersburg. President Putin made a visit to China recently. Do you think, in that backdrop, could you comment on some issue that arouses some concern with the Russians, and that is the involvement of the Chinese in the development of the Far East and Siberia? Andrei Berezhnoy from Mineralny Vody. My question is quite close to the previous questions. As a manager, I would say that crisis is a very painful time, but that's good opportunity to start looking for right solutions and ensure growth later on. So following the imposition of all those sanctions, Russia felt some pains, and officials started voicing some ideas of its own payment system and using the ruble as the settlement currencies. I wonder if there will be power will enough to take unpopular decisions that would run counter to some popular promises. I'm Alexei Koromin, Federation of Drivers. You mentioned my region a couple of times, Tambov, and I understood that I had to ask a question. Looking into, and I hope, positive future, we all hope that sooner or later that alleged notorious investment climate will be better. And which industry or which industries do you think can become the driver of growth in the near term in Russia? I'm Denis Grekov from the Altai region. I'm not an expert in that area, but if you read the reports of some analysts, there is another issue which have not been covered yet, and that is the problem of too much leverage in the population. In Altai, for instance, the leverage of a single person is 3 to 4 loans, and in the conditions when real per capita income growth stops, it's quite problematic to pay so many loans. Given that, we can foresee some rise of social problems, social tensions, since many people can really become bankrupts. So could you comment on that too, please? Thank you. I'm Ivan Vlasov from Kaliningrad. From time to time, I read reports of stock exchange analysts, and one of them said that the biggest virtue for Russian banking system is the radical decrease in world oil prices. Well, do you agree with that, and do you think it is feasible or relevant? Thank you. Well, okay, I'll start with sanctions. I believe that the imposed sanctions, well, really it's ridiculous to refer to them as sanctions against Russia because they impact a very limited number of individuals and very few companies. I think 61 individuals fall under the sanctions. In Belarus, for instance, it's 230 individuals and more than 60 companies. And in Belarus, given the scale of Belarus and scale of Russia, 60 companies could mean something what Gazprom means for Russia. I don't think that sanctions will affect Russia directly. Those individuals under sanctions never had any deposits or other assets abroad. And the companies on the list, on the blacklist, except for a couple of banks and Chornomorneftegas oil company, are very much unknown, and they are of a very low profile companies. So you can understand that sanctions is something that it's a two-way traffic, and even in Europe, but in the United States too, some businesses strongly oppose those sanctions since Russian market may become lucrative to them and they can make money here.
The events in Ukraine and in Crimea have been so unexpected that no in any degree unified opinion or consolidated position exists. I know that in the international law, and people like to appeal to the international law. There is no such law. You know, it is indeed about the relations which are recognized as norm. They're not codified. If nobody is objects, then it seems to be a norm. This is what the international law has always been about. Apart from a few international treaties. So of 28 member states of the EU, only 6 countries demanded for a statement on the annexation of Crimea to be adopted on a political level. Others did not voice a pronounced opinion. So such a situation in both in Europe and elsewhere undermines the system of international security as it was shaped after World War II, and poses problems for the entire international community. That while China supported Russia, but at the same time, the tension in the South Chinese Sea became more acute, and indeed the future of Taiwan is very uncertain, and it may very well be that Taiwan would join the continental China when the polite yellow men turn up there. So for the global international relations, these are very anxious times, and it appears that nobody understands what can be done with a country which has nuclear weapons. When I was in Washington, D.C., and was meeting several members of the White House administration, the first question was, "What are we to do?" And I said, "What do you want?" And they said, "Stop Putin." And I said, "Well, you can enter you may enter the Ukraine. There is the Budapest Memorandum, and so place your troops in Ukraine." according to a memorandum of 1994, you have all the grounds. No, we're not ready to do that. Then I said, well, then have another objective, because if you have a task to stop Mr. Putin, then you have to enter Ukraine with a military force. Otherwise, don't talk about this. So, what is the objective of the sanctions? What is the objective or the target of the sanctions? Because indeed, sanctions could have been adopted that would have very strongly undermined or even led to troublesome times in Russia, such as, for instance, a ban for the banks and the credit institutions, and the Russian banks, the ban on the Russian banks to have corresponding accounts in dollars and euros. Russia is a country which imports everything that one can think of, starting from the foodstuffs all the way to the pieces and parts of the nuclear armaments. And if the Russian companies had not been able to pay for the import through the Russian banks, that would have severely damaged the Russian economy. However, no serious international actor is ready for such sanctions. So, as far as the informal sanctions are concerned, the sanctions will just vanish by themselves. Indeed, for some time there will be the market of loans was closed to the Russian banks. 3 months have passed, or even 2 months have passed, that Alpha Bank was able to secure a loan already. So we'll see what happens next. There were it appears that no further and business is quite cynical. If you can make a dollar, and if it is not banned, then people would do it. And if you can get a higher interest on the loans credited to Russian banks and the Russian financial institutions, then of course people would do that. Banks would do that, and these informal sanctions, whatever they are, will dissipate. It is difficult to say how long will it take for them to dissipate. But one could remember that even after the crisis of 1998, in 3 years, by 2001 and 2002, the Russian banks and companies started to enter the market again and be getting their loans. So these losses, these damages have been put off, so the credits can restart. So I do not think that we may expect any serious effect. There is one other type of informal sanctions that one could name, which is the growth of political risk. The growth of political risk. All businessmen, when they take decisions about the investment in a foreign country, the political risks are among the criteria. How stable is the political situation? Is it possible should one expect political risks? And for many years, Russia was a country with low political risk because everybody understood that this was a more or less stable country. So the evaluation of political risks is now quite different. The political risks are much higher connected with Russia, and those businessmen who were contemplating new investments, the situation has changed. So none of the businessmen who are already here are willing to leave, it is true, but of those businessmen who were considering or contemplating investment into Russia, only 10% of these, according to some studies, are ready to proceed. So others either took a pause or said that they would invest elsewhere. So we do not see any statistical effect within a quarter, 3 months, or even a year. But in terms of the investment activities, of course, we shall see. We shall not see anything good happen in this regard. the task, the judiciary, independent judiciary, political competition, equality before the law. These are the three basic elements. And that the school is not a foreign agent. No, this is a minor thing. Political competition by itself would entail abolishing this law, and the independent judiciary would not make it possible to apply this law, because the definition of the political activity would be different. If other organizations which support foreign investment, no, there is the Consultative Council under the government of the Russian Federation. There are also some bodies under the governors in the Russian regions, but these mainly work with the Russian regions, but there is no system of support of the investment for Russia. Can the decrease in income and excessive loans lead to social unrest? My answer is no, and I have not seen any indicators of the social discontent because of the decreasing incomes. And if we do not, if we disregard the so-called monetization of privileges, which was the pensioners' law, but other than that, I do not see the Russian population to start to the streets because their economic situation is worsening. So I do not believe that this is going to happen. So I do not think that the Russians will start to the streets only because their economic situation has worsened. I can't say that this is, I can't guarantee that, but we have not seen it before. Because for this to become a political event, it is insufficient for one city, say not Tambov, but some other place, 20 people going to the streets. This has to be a nationwide mass movement. I think that Russia, and this is a topic I would like to make, the developed countries and in Europe, the demographic situation in Russia is very, very unfavorable. Within the next 15 years, we shall be seeing the reduction and the dwindling of the people in active age and an increase of pensioners, which means that the actual supply of labor will decrease, and the employers will be looking for the qualified labor. Under such a situation, I do not see a catastrophic decrease in the incomes. So what we will see more is more of a quantum style process, when the budget will either increase the salaries, because when you don't have enough labor, then of course the business raises the wages and the salaries. Otherwise, you lose the most qualified workers. And by increasing this, you immediately come up and encounter the complaints of the next year. So I do not foresee any catastrophical decrease in the quality of life or the level of how people live. So if we believe in the mean prognosis, the forecasts of the Russian Statistical Committee, then by 2030 the active population of Russia will go down to 67% of the entire population, which will be decreased by further 17%. And all things being equal, this is a very disheartening circumstance because even if the Russian economy grows by say 50% over the next several decades, then this is a catastrophical challenge because and it is not quite clear as to how we can cope with this challenge, because this problem cannot be resolved for say the attraction of the immigrants, immigrant labor, because say the migrants coming from Central Asia, they're between 8 to 10 million people. 10 to 15% of all labor are the immigrants. If we indeed deport all these people, then the Russian economy will literally collapse, and these people will not be able to replace the qualified labor. So from the standpoint of macroeconomics, their productivity will be lower. And it is not quite clear if the Central Asia does have so much labor force. Well, we're not talking about China. Is a different story. The Chinese don't speak Russian. You see, they're fine, but they don't speak Russian, and that's a problem. So the over saturation with the loans is also a problem, but I have not seen a single case for this to have become a mass problem. I think that this will be more remain a problem of the banks than the problem of population and the problem of the people themselves. A decrease in the oil prices, is this a problem for the Russian economy? I do not think the oil prices will go down. I do not readily believe that I'm not talking with fluctuations between say 70 and 110 for say 3 days. That can happen, but oil is a very specific locomotive of economy in the literal sense of the word. 50% of all oil produced in the world is spent for the petrol for cars. So the world population is growing, the number of motor cars increases, the countries let's just think about China, and then India is queuing, and then others are also in that line. Let's take other Asiatic tigers and African continent growing by 6% a year. Then if you add up these things, that you will see that the demand for petrol will not go down, and there is no single working technology in the world that would have allowed to replace or substitute petrol/diesel with anything else. So all liquid hydrogens, all the electrical motors are now about experiments, and none of these technologies can be used on the industrial scale. Besides, there is the problem of the car park, and it will take at least 20 years to replace the car park with something else, with some other vehicles operating on different principles. So I think the only country which is growing by going down in energy consumption is the United States. Europe, in spite of the fact that economy is not growing, the energy consumption is not going down, and all other countries except for the United States grow in energy consumption. So I don't think that we should be planning for any further threshold than 15 years. So why should the oil prices go down? The main factor for the 2008 the oil prices went down for 2009 was indeed the stalling of the international banking system, because the banking loans are indeed the locomotive, because the major American banks stopped crediting each other and crediting the clients, and so the resources in the prices for the mineral resources went down. However, the mineral prices went back again when the banks recovered. For the Russian budget, $90 per barrel is not a disaster. Russia can well survive these prices because indeed the central bank has already passed the floating exchange rate of the ruble, and it may change with the devaluation of rubles. So in terms of the actual ruble revenues will not be contingent on the oil price. So I don't think that if the oil price is going down to say $60 per barrel, and being oil price and it's staying there for say 5 years, this is not something that I can believe in, taking into account what we see, that which is dictated by what we see in the Gulf countries and the balancing of their budget. Say in Saudi Arabia, it has been balanced to say $98 per barrel. And Saudi Arabia is today the only country which can afford sharply decreasing or increasing the production. And once the oil prices go down, Saudi Arabia will immediately decrease the production. And the Saudis had problems in the 90s with that, and they do not want to see this repeated. So they will certainly decrease the production for anything to be changed in the Russian economy, for that matter. And let me repeat that for anything to be changed, political decisions need to be taken. It is not sufficient for the oil prices to go down to change something. A political will is required. Will the political will be sufficient? I do not know what the author has meant. I think that the independence of judiciary today is an unpopular decision, because the independence of the judiciary immediately leads to fair elections. Fair elections is a threat to power. So I think that the one thing that the government today doesn't want is to lose power. So the political will, I think they're not suicide mongers. They're not suicidal. They are not willing to be dislodged. What sectors in the Russian economy could have become the factors of growth? I do not know. I think that the potential of growth for such a large economy as Russian, in the geographical terms, in the demographic terms, in the potential terms, in the terms of the mineral resources, is not. It is a very sophisticated, very complex economy compared, say, to Singapore, where there is the port business and the seafaring business, and there is the financial center, which are the only factors for growth. It is more important for Russia, I think, to create the conditions for the investment attractiveness of business, and then we shall see who will be able to grow, because it is impossible to predict. 10 years ago, 8 years ago, if I were asked about the perspectives of Avtovaz, I would have said that Avtovaz has to die as the other motor car producers did of the Soviet era. But after the crisis of 2008, Avtovaz must have died. But according to the results of 2008, every produced car of Avtovaz had $2,000 of loss. This is how the company was working. $2,000 of loss per each produced car. These losses were refinanced by the Russian banks. And I can't say that everything was bad in the company, because the company was run by Rostechnology, and I'm not sure who really got this money. Yeah. In summer of 2009, the political leadership of the country had a question as to what needs to be done to AvtoVAZ. And indeed, $2,000 of losses per each car is indeed a disaster, and it was considered to close down, shut down the plant. And I have to give the due to President Putin that he took, and everybody wanted to close down AvtoVAZ, and Mr. Putin was the only person who said that AvtoVAZ needs to be saved. 10 billion rubles were got by AvtoVAZ, and 60 billion rubles were paid as loan repayment to the banks. So a new manager came, a new general director, Renault, an interested investor, bought blocking a package. And by summer of 2010, it turned out that AvtoVAZ, it didn't quite recover, but by the summer of 2010, the plan for doubling the production facilities was adopted. So the repayment of loans, the investor, and the alliance with Renault led to a situation whereby a comeback became possible. 5 minutes. All right, I still have to talk about China. So what happened is that AvtoVAZ was feeling quite good because they sharply increased the quality, and the cars became a lot better. Why am I saying this? Because around 2012, Renault, as the chief of the alliance, decided to start projecting a new car for the developing markets, and the new platform was to be developed, which is usually done once every 10 years by the major car producers. So they came to Tolyatti and said that here is a new platform. The engineers and constructors said, "That's a bad platform. We have a better one." So they had been working, indeed, creating a new platform, and the French said that can't be true, and they decided to make a compromise, commission 2 engineers from France, 2 engineers from Tolyatti, and 3 designs, 100% Russian, 100% French, and 50-50. And the eventual result is 85% Russian and 15% French. So the engineering thought in Tolyatti allowed to create a platform which would be good for the developing markets in terms of energy consumption, fuel consumption, and a whole number of other. So who could have believed? But the conditions are very important. China. 4 minutes. Who is benefiting? It is quite clear what is China getting. China will be getting the guaranteed supply of raw materials. China is at the stage of very swift industrial development for the next 10 to 15 years. The demand for all types of energy, all types of raw materials in China will only grow, which is the reason why China is so active in Africa, why it is so active in Latin and South America, why it is so active in buying mineral from Australia, and of course having the ability to avail of the benefits of the Eastern Siberian mineral deposits would have been improper if China had not thought about this. So it is quite clear what is China getting. China is getting secured mineral supply for the next 15 to 25 years. China gets the ability to invest its money, its resources into some investment projects, and to get a certain interest. It is not quite clear if the Chinese labor market would in any way profit, because such productions and technologies do not need much labor. It is not quite clear what does Russia get, because usually such raw materials and minerals are located in the places of Russia, in the regions of Russia which are totally uninhabited, and even this gas pipeline crosses the territory where there are no gas consumers. They're empty lands. Vladivostok and Khabarovsk will be getting their gas from Sakhalin and not from East Siberia. So the gas pipeline would be running across these empty lands. There is no gas consumption. So the capacity of this gas pipeline is much higher. So the might of Siberia is just it just goes across the huge expanse, uninhabited expanse. So with respect to the tax revenues, it is not quite clear either, because we know that there would be no. It is not quite clear if there is going to be tax revenues large enough in terms of the economic growth. If the investments go up, then 0.15% will be seen for the next several years, and then 0.3% will be seen for 38 billion cubic meters of gas. So we certainly do not see much macroeconomic result from these, because even for such as a major project, 25 years for $4 billion, it does not seem to be particularly beneficial, because of this is pretty much uninhabited space. And my last phrase here, I do not know if we should be glad or if we should be sad. I have no claims to the Chinese. They're doing what they think is beneficial. I do not quite see this benefit for Russia, and I'm trying to compare what China does in Africa. In Africa, China is investing tens of billions of dollars, having agreed and signed agreements with many countries, 16 countries. But with that, China is building roads, China is building hospitals, China is building infrastructure. In Russia, China, within this project, is not going to build infrastructure, hospitals, or roads. Are we better than Africa or worse than Africa? I don't know. Please raise your hands who think that we're better than Africa. who think that we're worse than Africa. So it's not clear, it's not evident. But from the standpoint of the Africans, I can at least see what use do they get. I do not quite see what do we see as benefit. The role of transnational corporations and their influence on Russian economy. In today's world, the transnational corporations play a critical role, huge role, because they have the financial resources, they have the financial scale, and they operate on the financial scale which exceeds the budget of some little countries. And I think that in this sense, they are the conductors of the economic decisions or the economic solutions. They are conducting and they move labor, they move production, they create jobs, they increase the level of life and the quality of life. In other countries, they are increasing the quality and the standards of quality. In many cases, they play an important role in the decrease of prices. There is a statistical phenomenon. If Walmart comes to a country, then the retail prices go down. Walmart is not allowed into Russia, so the prices don't go down. I think that the transnational corporations play a huge role, not only in Russia, but elsewhere. In Russia, they are in many ways limited in their action. We have several global corporations which are and have been quite successful in Russia, like McDonald's, PepsiCo, Coca-Cola, tobacco companies, and they make huge money in this country and do not want to leave. There are transnational companies like Boeing, which feels very, very comfortable in Russia, which has longer-term relations with the titanium production in the Upper South Side. There are several transnational oil and gas companies which have gotten access to some Russian fields and mines. The oil fields and gas fields, but I can't say that this plays any significant role because the government tends to contain. They are viewed as generally enemies, and that they need to be controlled very, very strongly, as all NGOs. And to them, they always have a freedom of choice. With respect to chewing gums and diapers, they will still be selling these in Russia because we don't have production. But with respect to making their production base either in Belarus, Poland or Russia, they don't much care. So they always have a choice. Russia also have a choice, either to let them invest or not to let them to invest here. Thank you. Let me probably express the general opinion, and there are some things, the best things that we have, and that we do not, that we're richer than many, and we're here. People are the best what we have. Indeed, people is indeed the greatest treasure that we have, and it is true. But of course, the country must be interested in its people. Unfortunately, I have to finish this session because we're having the ambassador of Poland coming, but But we are coming here in exactly 50 minutes at 2:30. Thank you.
Потом иди на секунду. На секунду. Тебя сама окружат, тебе не дадут уйти. Пойдем. Я тебя окружу.
Я сейчас здесь буду стоять.
А?
Я лучше здесь, что там сяду за стол, я лучше здесь отвечу на вопрос, кто захочет. А кто не захочет.
Так, кто хочет отвечать на вопросы, вы можете Сергея Владимировича пригласить туда, он не хочет идти, или ответить на вопросы здесь.
У меня вопрос, Сергей Владимирович. Я директор телевизора. Было замечательно, очень интересно.
Теперь попрошу вашего внимания дополнительно.
Could I have your attention, please, right now? Well, the Polish delegation, it's terrible. They're not all in. So, I'd like to first of all say a few words that we shall now hear to a presentation by the ambassador of the Republic of Poland to Russia. I'm sharing my personal opinion. I have seen many ambassadors. They are not that visible. In Soviet times, Russian Federation, they really were posing great interest, and best ambassadors would be sent here, and then they were followed by businessmen. But I want to say that here, an ambassador of Poland here to Russia, whom I haven't met before, my friends have, I would like to say that we had a friend, an expert, somebody who wanted to help the school as an institution and a civil society and professionalism, and not only the person who has perfect command of the language but understands the tradition, culture, and willing to build partnership relations with Poland. Moreover, this man, in point of fact, also became initiated, was somebody who started this initiative, where the school has been enjoying excellent support from Poland for 3 years, and we hold excellent seminars in Poland about municipal life, which in point of fact make up this huge part of the success of Poland that we saw in those years of transformation in Poland. At that municipal life and the accent and focus on municipal life, this is something that this country did, and this is where the country thought it was important for them. And this is something that they would now allocate finances to municipalities, to local self-government. I suppose it's very much a strong point of Poland, very much as it used to be the case in Spain and in Finland. And since life is continuing from grassroots level everywhere, this is truly a great success. And what I also wanted to point out is that he's my personal friend, a friend of mine, and Jura. And I now found out that he is soon to leave the country for good. And with diplomats like our distinguished guests, we want to be friends, but we want to be friends like with the, like you make friends with officers, because the garrison always moves elsewhere. There's nothing doing about it. This is your job, what it's all about. But before this new class, I want to say that I don't know where you will work further, but you will always be an expert who we would always welcome. Thank you very much, and we begin this session. Thank you, Lena. I don't know what I must say right now. What words I have to say in return. Indeed, life of diplomats is very much like nomads' life. They come and go, and I'm just one point that I wish to make. I would just correct what Lena said. You were saying that you had a friend and in me, and this friend remains with you no matter where I move elsewhere. This is the only thing I would like to add to what you said. Right now, do let us go for civic education. When civic upbringing, formation, when I was invited to speak on this issue, I thought it was something very banal. What is it? Civic education, what is it about? Everybody knows what it is. Even when I studied at school, I had this subject that was called citizenship. That was the name of the subject. I don't know, when I was 16 maybe, or 18, in high school. So for several years I did this course of citizenship, and I was supposed to understand what the citizenship stands for. But as I was trying to get prepared for this lecture and went deep into the subject, I realized that this is not something self-obvious, self-evident. Because I realized that I was young. During these citizenship classes, I was trying to do something, but the point of all this turned out to be just ambiguous. And how can we understand this citizenship? What are these classes about? This is something which we may mean many things. We may speak of it in historic sense of the word, and to think what it was like some 2.5 centuries ago. What it looks like today, we can analyze what it meant, whether it meant, I don't know, studying history, political science, arts, music, or you name it, whatever. But, I'm sorry about that. I'll switch off my mobile phone. But this is rather, let me put it this way, it would be a very sort of approach, encyclopedic approach, not very convenient to use among these people sitting here. And I first of all focused my attention on the word citizenship or civic formation. Where do we get first our education? In the family, where the teacher's manners. It doesn't really matter where we were brought up and where, be it ancient Egypt, modern Singapore, jungle of Borneo, or Manhattan today. Everywhere the first education is in the family. But what follows is differences, because as you meet as you take the first steps, as you meet somebody, then you get ready to live in the society. Then this education becomes different depending on the culture, country, and what society we live in, what society we are raised. Say, education might be when, say, we go to the clans. This is where they would focus upon family ties. It would be a very different matter, and this was the case in monarchies where people were trained to become a subject. And very different approach would be different from the other previous two, would be seen in the countries of democracies. In case of democracy, we can speak that we are training and teaching people to grow up as a citizen, that we are facing civic education and citizenship. As we train to live in a democratic civil society. This is the first question we want to raise. What does it mean, the citizenship, as getting ready for living in a democratic society? In principle, I think that this means two things. They are rights, duties, and courage. Rights and freedoms, well, we're clear about it, right? At first sight. But if we look at rights and duties alone, we will not see any difference between democratic and civil society and those rights. And something that we do not see all like, what's the difference when we say go to a swimming pool? Okay, if we buy a ticket, yes, we enjoy some rights and some duties. We have a duty and the right to visit, say, a sauna or a gym, or we have some obligations like to shower, wear footwear. Again, on the face of it, it looks like this set of rules that is related to democracy. What is the difference between swimming pool or any fitness club from living in a democratic society? This is about courage. Courage, this emotional quality which makes a person live, and sometimes live to the end, to reach the final point where they're ready to put their life on the line, to defend his rights, and as he strives to get his rights, he's ready to bet and to put his life on the line. In case of a swimming pool or gym, you know, this will never happen. And this is actually where courage comes, where it fits in. So citizenship, it's all about rights, it's all about duties, and it's all about courage. It's not something I sort of invented. It's these three elements put together that are present in democracy from the very start, from the democracy in ancient Greece. If you look at Plato's or Aristotle's books and read authors of ancient Greece and Rome who elaborate on political systems of the ancient world, you would see that courage, acme or virtus or virtue, it's an inalienable part of democracy. It doesn't exist without it. So virtue would be the English word valor. This is what makes the difference between democracy and monarchy. Because subjects, they don't expect them to be virtuous or have valor. They should serve, they should be loyal, but sometimes authors draw the line here. And so these three elements, rights, duties, and I will call it virtue, or valor, or courage. Democracy come in all kinds. You as participants and students in the school, as people who already go for some public activity that is important for the public, do some social work. This is where I would draw the line between real democracy and formal democracy. Real democracy needs activities, needs you to show initiative and to show quick wit. Whereas citizens who live in a democratic, real democracy, they fill this public space with their own activity. Formal democracy, it expects, first of all, a person complying with it doesn't need people's enterprise activity or initiative, because activity and initiative can actually destroy the existing, the status quo. This is just a very general the difference between between two ways or two kinds of democracy, but to a certain extent it's justified from my personal perspective, because as a young man, until I was 26, I lived in theory informally a democracy in a democratic country. It was called actually democratic country, but in point of fact it didn't exist. But it was the Poland of the time before 1989, where almost all democratic institutions were in place. We had a parliament. We seemingly had local self-government. We had voting or election, something like election, but in point of fact, all this was about did not fully correspond to real democracy. People didn't have a possibility to have self-expression through various activities. Any activity was perceived that was not previously approved by the government was perceived with suspicion, and some people would any unsanctioned activities, especially political activity, especially cultural, say anything in publishing, for example, without pre-approval, that might even be subject to punishment, because it could destroy or violate the existing order at the time. I pointed out that this is something that was typical of Poland before 1989. That was the year when the country entered an era of transformation that led to in-depth political and economic reform. And today we can celebrate 25th anniversary of the onset of the transformation that started with the election that took place on the 4th of June 1980. And one of the outcomes of this process, which at the time started, was the emerging civil, democratic, really democratic society, truly democratic society. A question could be asked how this came to be possible. On the one side, you had the state that seemingly it is not that it gave you a possibility, no, it's just that where there existed a system of citizenship, of training citizens, of training people to serve the needs of the society. And how those people who were raised in schools, how could they really learn very fast by very different rules? That is a very, very important point, because in our constitution we could put whatever thing we want, but if this constitution is something that its citizens do not comprehend, if people do not really care for it, if people are not ready to go to the very end to defend it for the fundamental principles of the social system they live in, then it will all be artificial and dead. And it seems to me that this is where a very important role was played in Poland by the Institute of Parallel Citizenship and Civic Formation, because concurrently to this subject that we studied at school, the citizenship, we also learned and we were educated and trained elsewhere under very different circumstances. They are, on the one side, our family, as continuation of family upbringing in childhood. They were other places where we could hear or we could discuss what went on in Poland at the time, a very acute political crisis after the martial law in 1981, where we could, with some close friends, express our discontent with the status quo at the time. And in a certain sense, we were brought up in a sort of ideal society. In the 1980s, 1970s, 1980s, among those people we had a very acute feeling of injustice, inequity, and about what went on in the country. People could see that the government may tell one thing but may do something very different, and that we see inequality that had to do with social and political position and the status of some, and in absence of. And there were many things that made this feeling of injustice and feeling that your rights were impinged upon, and it made it something very widespread. And people began to look for answers to questions what our society should be like instead. And people sought and looked for it elsewhere and found all kinds of answers, but practically everybody was looking for them. May I give you several examples from my own private life? Because it's simpler for me to probably explain to you what was it all about. Well, for example,
so one of the most important events, place in the 70s and 80s in Poland, where the future on the civil society was being shaped, and where the people were getting some initial elements of civil education. And that place was the Catholic Church. That was at that time the most important oasis of freedom in Poland, and it actually showed it set it from a different angle. It showed the morality of the society. So while the Communist Party was saying that the ideology was saying that the morality is something that coincides with the general direction of the line of the Communist Party. So what is propagated, declared by the party, is moral. But the church was saying that the human being is much more important. And so it was very important because it was completely different set of values, and actually it allowed us to save our mentality from this confusion, because that communist ideology ruled the roost at that time, and it was very difficult to fight it. And so I came up face to face with those. So with the Catholic Church, and so where I received the basics of civil education, which was different from what we were taught at school. And then the next stage was university. At university, though it seems strange, but there just I received more information about civil society. Like the majority of young people, so I was an idealist. And I wanted to change the world, and so I was only 21 years of age, and I thought that I can change the world, and but who to go to get advice how to do that, how to change this status quo, and so what we didn't know where to go, who to ask. But the situation in Poland at that time was, so if a young guy just comes up to a professor and asks directly about certain things related to public life. And so he found himself in a very dubious, shaky position, because from the viewpoint of the professor, So the student could be an ideal, honest, open, sincere guy, but could be a provocateur as well, agent. So that eventually, so the answer of the professor could take him to the interrogation room of the secret police, and the professors, the faculty knew that. And once I came up to one of the teachers, and I came up to him, and he didn't answer. I said, "What do we need to do?" And then he said, "Okay, let me think about it. We'll meet next week, and then I will give you some answers." Next week, he gave me the list of books that I was supposed to read. And so then the books were dedicated to the self-organization of Polish youth in the first half of the 19th century. So that was what those books were about. So the first half of the 19th century and the 80s of the 20th century, I think a big span of time. But I understood what he wanted to say. So I understood what kind of idea he wanted to convey, because he knew that even if I had been a provocateur, so he would have been clean anyway, because nothing wrong with those books of the youth movement of a century ago, and it was okay. So and then he was suggesting me other books, and I was reading them, and I was getting the needed answers. And then this professor just started to trust me more. Eventually, and as a Lubin at the Catholic University, he taught, so we learned different approaches to the self-organization in a society, self-governance in society. It was very important for us. It was really an eye-opener for us. Another example is related to tolerance. Has to do with tolerance. On the other hand, it's the widening, expanding of a geographic landscape of a person. So what about the tolerance, the national minorities and the tolerance? So I want just to say a few words about that. Because at that time, so among our teachers, there was a person with a difficult past, very complicated past. So he was involved during World War II. He was anti-Nazi, and then after war he was an underground, already anti-Bolshevik. During the Nazis, he was underground under the Nazis, and he was. The verdict was capital punishment, and then it was commuted to life imprisonment, etc. So very difficult. And, so because Stalin died, and that's why he was not executed. But his head was brilliant, and. And it was not me who made steps to learn more from him, but he was reading lectures, and that related to that he spoke about national minorities living in Poland in the 20s and the 30s, and so I need to explain here that in the communist Poland. So the country was considered to be homogeneous. So officially it was homogeneous country. So there were no national minorities, no statistical minorities. So we're all the same. And so each national minority had one organization that was controlled by the Ministry of Interior. And so they kept them under very strict scrutiny and control. And so their rights were not respected in any way, those national minorities' rights. And at that time there were about a million, hundreds of thousands of people living in Poland who thought themselves Lithuanians, Jews, Belarusians, Ukrainians. It didn't make any difference because they did not regard them as different national minorities at all. And so we lived deeply convinced that we're all Poles and we're all the same. We're all a homogeneous nation. And so we have one common history in Poland going back. Certainly with communists, we somehow so we certainly we had the different views of different points in history, but otherwise, so we had one major picture, one of Poland, of the history of Poland, and one major vision about the and other nations. So we're kind of different world. So the space. So it was not. It has nothing to do with it. It doesn't concern us. So we are homogeneous one nation. So, and this teacher, his name was Wisław Szpakowski, and he would give to each student of his seminar, participant of his seminar. So he would give him assign to him one national minority to prepare, to identify challenges, to study this national minority, to work with national minorities. So to prepare a small paper. So then Poland before World War II, that's to show the history, the backdrop information, the background, to show the problems, the challenges. And so step by step, so each person was assigned just one list national minorities. And it was certainly a good training on tolerance, because now we realize how intolerant the Polish politics of the 20s and 30s was. And but we need to realize that our neighbors, and it was not the Soviet Union our major neighbor, but we started to see that it's not just the Russians or the Soviets, but it's Lithuanians, Ukrainians, Belarusians. There are Jews, Germans, and hundreds of nationalities inhabit the USSR, and so that was another revelation. And in the 80s, so it was very difficult to find any literature on this subject matter, and so the censorship was very sensitive to such literature, and because certainly they portrayed the events from a different angle completely, and so the ruling Communist Party. And but as a result, we can say that owing to this professor, so I got very good education, good background of about real neighbors of Poland. Not so much about the Soviet Union, but the peoples living around us, the peoples living just across the border, across the boundary. And there are many examples like that. Yes, the teachers helped, the family, the people of my generation. So I can give lots of examples like that, because as different people, so this way of learning, this way of acquisition of knowledge, acquisition was different for every person of my generation and age, and so there was a lot of samizdat, means self-printed books, so that were printed clandestinely, and that was very popular as well, popular reading. And then the time came when the communist authorities allowed to try a little bit freedom, and June the 4th. On June the 4th, people went to vote. They went to vote, and they were ready to vote for this voting procedure. And the result was that the voting took place. simultaneously in the lower chamber of the parliament. So then 33% of seats were were elected freely on the basis of the elections, and 30%. So we're kind of booked for election. We're booked for by the Communist Party, and the Senate, the upper chamber, where we needed to elect 100 senators, and the elections were free, completely free, and out of 100 senators, 99 senators were returned from the opposition. 99% out of 100 were returned from opposition. And actually the society, it's very telling, because the society immediately, we could see how the society evaluated the results of the role of the Communist Party for more than 40 years, if 99% of senators were from opposition. And but certainly, so without the church, without the family, without the university, so without this fertile background that had been, prepared for the coming elections, it wouldn't have been possible. It would have been possible. And certainly self-learning, self-education, acquisition of knowledge, exercising your mind, and so that certainly worked. So this is the theory and the implications, practice. It's my private personal experience of civil education. That's how it all went about. And if there are any questions, I can take your questions now. Mr. Ambassador, just I'm happy to see you here. I can't imagine our seminar without your participation, and I'm very happy that you're here. So let's start with Kaliningrad. It's closer than others. Thank you. Ivan Vlasov, Kaliningrad. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll ask in Russian now. Yes, thank you. We'll recognize it. Yes, we'll appreciate if you say it in Russian. So that 2 years ago, in July 2012, first time in the history of Russia, they launched a new project on no visa movement between Russia and EU. So the near boundary locations. So because the Kaliningradians don't have just to get a Schengen visa to go to Poland, but they can get a special card for 5 years, and it's not a Schengen visa. And so because we're neighboring, so we can just enter 120 kilometers into the territory of Poland with this card. And over 2 years of this program, of the existence of this program, so there were about 3 million people crossed the borders, and the Russians crossed the borders 1.7 million times. And they brought 130 million zlotys, about 31 million euros. Are these figures? Is it good enough ground for the Polish government to raise an issue at the European Union for no visa movement of the Russians on the territory of Poland and maybe in the territory of EU? Maybe we need to abolish visas in view of these figures and numbers. So I need to. There were more than 6 million times. So half of those who came across it, so there were Russian citizens, and another half, and 3 million were Polish citizens. So 6 million times. So Russian Polish citizens crossed the borders, because some people had visas and some people had those cards. Those cards, yeah. And so 6 million times people crossed the border. Russia, we have no grounds to complain about this, so we're happy with the results. Yeah, so what we have here is certainly justifies our expectations, meets our expectations. No negative things. So everything is that many were afraid. Our partners in the European Union were afraid that they we had we give them the cards, they would just illegally emigrate, and they would go illegally across the borders. They would go buy products, and then they will wind up in Portugal. No, this is not the case. It's never materialized, never happened. People just went there and back. And then this mechanism certainly contributes to bringing nations together, people together, so they're becoming so live on these boundary areas, border areas, who inhabit those border areas. But the EU is organized in a fashion. In such a fashion that such decisions require a consensus. It's not a one-sided, decision. So we cannot decide it by ourselves. So it's impossible. So we need just to get the consensus of other 27 states to get them to agree to this, and then it can fly. And we even introduction of this in this form in which it exists now. So I mean those border cards, and it already goes outside the formal framework allowed by the European Union, because the formal regulatory framework provides for that this mechanism concerns territory only 30 kilometers along the border, 30 kilometers along the border on both sides. Yes, but 30 kilometers, it means that the whole city of Kaliningrad is outside the 30 kilometer territory from the border. So this makes no sense. And then 30 kilometers on the Polish border. Which is only bogs, marshes, and woods. There is nothing else, and so then 30. So then for the Russians it's good. So there are wild boars that they can hunt, but for the people, it makes no sense. And what we managed to get, so to widen this zone, just to get it to 120 kilometers, for the entire Kaliningrad region. So the fact that we managed to get them to agree to it. And not only 30 kilometers border zone, and then expanded on the Polish side. The zone was expanded to Olsztyn, Gdańsk, and Gdynia. And so at this point, this is the maximum of what we could do in the circumstances. And so a similar mechanism. So they would do the same with Ukraine, but not a single big city. Lvov is not covered by that zone, although it's close to the border. It's outside that zone. With regards to the introduction of no visa free visa regime, so then we need to take it up with the European Commission. We always say that free movement, no visa movement always contributes to better economic ties, better understanding, better relationship. We always stress that, but some countries, so they work on the assumption of the problems related to migrants from the south. And so they very painfully react to this, to any attempts to remove the visa regime and liberalize this visa policy, irrespective in which direction they're trying to do it. Okay. Elena Ushkova, St. Petersburg. Remembering your experience, an ambassador and a diplomat, what are the most difficult issues that very difficult to agree with Russia? In which spheres so the ideas and images of Russia and Polish coincide, and where it's most difficult to agree on with Russia? I will answer diplomatically. The most difficult agreement is the issues on which we have different positions. So then, which ones? So that's exactly these. Yeah. So it's difficult to agree on the points where we hold different positions. What are they? Certainly. So we do have different approaches to history. Some points in history. And so some practical questions that are kind of there are implications of the history differences, and so for example, so the history, so then Katyn case, this mass murder. So it's all obvious. So what happened, how it happened, what occurred. We know that. Everyone knows, and it looks like there are no secrets anymore. But we always get from Russia only some documents. So these documents, they are not telling us anything new. But still, we cannot get get these documents from Russia, and so they are still refusing to give us these documents. So why are they holding them back? They should have given it because we know it everything. Then we have different positions in. So there was some progress actually concerning this position, this divergence of opinions, of points, and the best proof of that is the work, is the team on complicated issues, challenging issues, special team that was set up in 2010 to 2002 and started to work efficiently in 2008 only. So that's the team on difficult questions, and it includes historians, scientists. And they are trying just to understand so our common past, and so 4 years ago they published jointly a book. So the new spots, black spots. So the main points of divergences and misunderstandings of Polish-Russian relations in the 19th, 20th century, and for each little point in history, so there is a parallel viewpoint, Russian viewpoint and Polish viewpoint. So for each black spot or the white spot, so there are two different angles from which the interpretation is done, Russian and Polish. This book helps. So let's put this. So politically, it's good because they got together, so they sat at the same table and then they developed a new book. But on the other hand, I'm telling you this as a historian. So when a person is reading this material, so then you get a multifaceted approach, different angles, different approaches. Because usually we take one point of view, right? But this book contained, so allowed you to look at the same historic event from different angles, Polish and Russian. Excellent book, very good. Work. So this has some. I've given you two examples of divergences where the most difficult to agree. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. My question will not be of applied nature; it will be a theoretical question. So concerning your subject matter about civil education, you said that the civil education is rights, obligations, and valor. And I remember a book of your compatriot, Marina Osowska, so the research in history and morality, and bourgeois and knights. And so I remember that made a big deep impression on me, this book did. And so because many components of this book so were written in the besieged Warsaw, so World War II, besieged Warsaw, and so that lady is giving seminars on the history of morality. And so then this valor and this staunch attitude, amazing. Look, what's interesting, so that democracy and civil society are the manifestations of the bourgeois society. And so these traits, especially valor, courage, so are the manifestations of aristocratic and knight morality. So could you elaborate on that assumption? That's a difficult question, especially when we talk about the historic perspective. I do not relate democracy with bourgeois society because actually the first time in history of democracy, Greek policies they had been in existence for many centuries before bourgeois system came along. Certainly, it differed. So their democracy certainly different from what we understand by democracy in the 18th, 19th century, but it was democracy. It was a democracy, and democracy vis-à-vis to some manifestations of democracy in big city-states, Greek ancient city-states, and in Italy the same thing was evolving, and in North Europe and Poland, and in spite of the fact that it was formerly a monarchy for the last centuries of history. It was considered to be a country where there was a great deal of it was democracy. It was a democracy because the kings were elected. So then they know the nobility democracy, the democracy of the nobility, until it kind of eventually ended. But it functioned in the 18th century very well. So I would not directly connect so democracy with the appearance of the bourgeois society, and that's first point. Second point, and the second point, the morality in democracy, and if we want to find historic virtue, valor, acme, which was that was characteristic of Athens during the Pericles times, in Sparta and others. So valor, courage, and that were characteristic feature of those cities, and so you can interpret it differently. Okay. Бережной Андрей, минеральные воды. My question has to do. Every day I face the issues of finding jobs for the disabled. That's a big issue to find jobs for them, and but one of the reasons why is kind of biased attitude to the disabled. So in your country, can you does this civil education help from school times to reduce so this intense dislike of the disabled? I don't know. I don't know what what the civil education looks like at school, because my children already have grown out of school, so they are not at school any longer, and then so but the youngest one has not yet started school, but we are paying a great deal of attention to it because it's an issue of social exclusion. There are different types of exclusions. So you just identified one, social exception or exclusion from society. So that functioned which is probably one of the most so widely spread, but not the only one. And so I can give a list of many more.
And it seems to me that in today's Poland, I suggest it is also an element of civic education and enlightenment. The emphasis is placed on the fact that the disabled people with fewer opportunities are to be offered all the conditions to not to be dropped out of the normal life, including non-barrier environment. And today's standard reads that in all public institutions and organizations, non-barrier environment is to be ensured for disabled people, including special elevators, ramps, other things. First, we had to work with people's mentality so that would realize the importance of such an activity. Then it was necessary to find funding because it's often that it doesn't come from public funds, it comes from private funds as well. So the ultimate outcome is that we have an environment that even those people who are unwilling to contribute are made to do so. And I can think of a number of examples when even corporate entities began making their contributions. In office centers, office plazas, we can see same devices for non-barrier environment, so that disabled people can get wherever they want to get without any obstacles. And there is also a discussion what are the limits, the boundaries of the attempts to remove all barriers, since if people are sick, if people are ailing, and then perhaps some special elevators, wheeled elevators can help. And there are some people who are blind or deaf and dumb, and they are also to be helped by the state. We can think of some other physical disadvantages, but a question arises: why do we help those disabled people and not those who suffer from cancer? Same man, and whose life is more important for us, a child with cancer or a child with some disabilities? And it's where we have some moral and financial situations that are quite difficult and complex, and that's something where you cannot find one answer that would fit all questions. Novosibirsk, it's nearly the Far East, sorry. For the European part of Russia, Novosibirsk is very close to Khabarovsk. I spent 10 years in Blagoveshchensk, so I know that starting from Barnaul, all the territories rendered just as the same. Your Excellency, perhaps you might have heard that a very unknown Polish group, which is Behemoth or Hippopotamus, became quite known. But my question about not that group, but I would like to ask what initiatives, what activities does the Polish embassy support in Barnaul and Novosibirsk? And if you are interested, I can acquaint you with some projects that you can consider. Certainly, we can discuss those projects if you have sound ideas. Personally, I visited both Novosibirsk, Barnaul, and Tomsk. And we have a consulate in Irkutsk, which reaches those cities and helps to organize some cultural events. And sometimes they render support to some Polish organizations. And the Embassy of Poland, that is headquartered in Moscow, over the recent years has been trying to invigorate and promote economic ties. So both in Novosibirsk and in Barnaul, we held large-scale workshops. Last fall, about 30 entrepreneurs from Poland came to visit and attend those workshops in Novosibirsk and Altai regions. And various workshops and other events were held there, but they were business-oriented. But anyway, don't think that we never look beyond the Ural Mountains. We do. Anton, your question, please. Thank you very much and for your presentation, but I would like to apologize, but my question will be again associated with history. History is a very important matter in Russian-Polish relations. I would be very interesting to learn your opinion. What is history for me? Is it for you? Is it something objective, or it's a product of an agreement between various groups, various peoples, like Marxists think? But if it's just a social contract, a social pact about history, but in this case it's something that is quite cynical. I suppose I'll start with a different thing, responding to your question. The World Cup is going to start tomorrow. Can you recall some situations that you saw some images and footage on TV and then kept on discussing things for months, years, whether there was they play with a hand, was a fault, a kick or something. Those events, those games are watched by people in real time, and still people keep on arguing for years, failing to come to terms, and they are arguing about things they watched, they saw with their own eyes. And we cannot expect from history that we agree on some events that took place some 300 years ago, and the event that were never seen or watched by any one of the living people. So such expectations would be quite strange. And there is no history to touch, and there is no real history that we can be sure of. And it could be just some travel in time. Even anything that happened 3 minutes ago, 2 hours ago, or 200 years ago, it's history. But people are so designed that our brains need some history to work. And no matter whether we would like it or not, but history is downloaded into our brains. And it's something that the people find in their brains, that people make their conclusions on. And should people live in peace and concord, it's very important to see it that historical experience of various communities wouldn't contradict one another, wouldn't be in conflict, since otherwise it would be a conflict that is embedded in our minds. That is one thing I would like to stress. And then there is another aspect that derives from our upbringing, our raising. Say, I read a book by a philosopher, and then I saw some specific example, and the two things looked entirely differently. Although the idea behind could be the same, but it's much easier to make your judgments based on your own assumptions and based on something that is not abstract, but which is our history, Polish, Russian, or French. And on the one hand, I do have some concerns that the Russian and Polish vision of history are too different. But on the other hand, I realize it's natural. And in the most recent history of Poland, there are a number of examples that are related to other nations, and we keep on revising our assumptions, our postures, trying to come to a common denominator in Polish Jewish, Polish German, Polish Ukrainian, Polish Lithuanian history. So I think the process is quite natural, and what is important here is just to have honest, decent approach and be ready for a compromise. Thank you, Your Excellency. I am Bartosz Kaskanian from the Yerevan School for Political Studies. My question concerns some issues of foreign policy. Poland joined NATO some time ago, and it's quite a promoter of the European alliances, and so I think that perhaps there is a relationship between NATO's expansion eastward and NATO bilateral partnerships, because the way I see it, if the partnership goes on successfully and then it turns into the membership action plan, then those countries involved in the partnership are losing other partners, or they are losing their territories, as was the case with Georgia, and same thing may happen to Ukraine. Although on the other hand, there was a vision that every country is sovereign in their plans to ensure its security, to maintain its security. But at the same time, their choice should not ruin regional security, should not damage regional security and turn it into a regional arms race. I don't think I have any clear-cut answers to your questions, especially to your last question. Since I cannot take the liberty to make judgments about who is right and who is wrong. And certainly we need to point out that NATO currently doesn't make any plans of further eastward expansion. And but the deadline will be in this fall, when NATO will hold its next summit meeting. But I believe that there are no decisions of that kind in the pipeline. But if you look at the freedom of countries to make their choice, the choice of their sovereign future, hypothetically, all the countries have that possibility. But in practical terms, it varies in case-by-case basis, and each nation is to make their choice, realizing what they will gain and what they will lose. If, in case with speaking of NATO, if a country makes a choice in favor of NATO, then the nation will gain something and lose something. But if they don't make that choice, they will certainly lose something too. And the question is how people assess the balance between the two sides. It's hard for me to speak of Georgian situation. In Poland, we also lost something, but we gained much more. And we've been in NATO for 15 years now, and after that time, I can be certain that the balance, the ratio here is positive for Poland. You please, at the window. I'm Nikita Malchikov from Moscow. I have two questions. One is theoretical and the other is philosophical. I think Poland is one of the most convincing and successful examples of what we call transitional justice. So I wonder where did that balance come from in those processes? Since on the one hand that those processes bring about some positive things, removing from power those who are connected with the totalitarian regimes, but on the other hand those processes can grow into some repressive methods, something that we can see in Ukraine. And my philosophical question is about Charles Montesquieu's statement made in the middle of the 18th century, who stressed that for Polish people the main desire is independence, while for the British it is freedom. And can you identify that the time period when independence grew into freedom for Poland? First, that transitional justice question. Actually, that process was not planned. It came as a natural phenomenon, and although over the past 25 years we had some difficulties with that process, but by and large Poland managed to navigate those troubled times and cope with the problem. And I can identify two important aspects of the problem. Justice is one thing. People who committed some crimes in the communist system were to be made accountable for if they are really to blame, because there were crimes indeed, executions of workers following the introduction and imposition of this state of siege. And it certainly was the justice to intervene and fix that problem. On the other hand, the fate of informers, agents of the secret services. And in this sense, we had a lot of ideas. Some suggested the society would forget about them. Others favored some punishment of those agents. But in the end of the day, we approved of the option that envisaged some various things. If somebody was in power, that person had to make an admission, a confession. And certainly the state had to safeguard those people from blackmail if somebody takes a high position. And he used to be an informer of secret police before. And if somebody knows about that, then the person who knows about that official's past can exercise pressure on that official. So the state had to insure itself from such cases. The other option was related to those who ran for some elections. And the idea was that voters had to be aware of the past of those candidates or nominees. That was that. If somebody confesses and admits the fact he was an informer but was not involved in any crimes, and if people are ready to vote for such a person despite his past, then it cannot be helped. But the approaches by the state to that problem are based on two things. One is security, and the other is purity of the political process. It would be a lie if I said that we have addressed that problem, we have fixed everything. It's still being debated, and people are emotional about that. But again, it's not the priority. And 25 years have passed since the time, and most of those people who used to be informers of secret police are not no longer active citizens, and do not take the positions they had 25 years ago. And responding to your second question about independence and freedom, we can be independent from somebody, and Poland throughout the 19th century was fighting for its independence from Prussia, from Austria, from Russia, while freedom, again, it's very complex, it's a very difficult and multi-tier matter. Freedom can help you to perceive human rights that are adherent and inherent in people. I think that we have all the possibilities for that in today's Poland. And at least the majority of the Polish population believe that way. Although there are various rankings, there is a ranking of economic freedom, and Poland is not good there. Poland in that ranking is behind Singapore, Holland, United States of America, and some other countries. There are some other rankings such as human rights, and civil rights. Freedom House keeps watch on that. There are some other rankings that indicate and measure level of corruptions in the country, and put together it gives us a picture that helps us to see if to what extent the country is free. So all those things are pretty well intertwined: economic freedom, political freedom, freedom of press, corruption level. They're all intertwined since corruption runs counter fair competition, and if so, it runs counter economic freedom, meaning that somebody just through corruption takes more of economic freedom than they deserve. So that's my answer. A last short question from Luda Klimovich. Ludmila Klimovich from Ulyanovsk. I would like to revisit your original topic, which is civic education. Civic education is supposed to be a continuous process. At what age do you think civic education can be started, and who is to play the key role? Which institutions? I think can be started the moment when the person starts communicating with other persons. Probably it can be started even in kindergarten. It's when kids make friends, learn how to play, and to play fair or unfair. First it's football, then something else, and you just transfer your habits to some other areas as you grow. And as for institutions, I think all of them can be involved, because you can get bad experience everywhere. Okay, dear colleagues, it's time us to summarize the session. I may be mistaken, but I think starting from 2007 or 2008, the Republic of Poland and Polish organizations became one of the most important and leading partners of the school. We started our cooperation with the conduct of some brief fora in Poland, but then that cooperation continued in various formats, and in Zelenogorsk, even in Zelenogorsk, you can see that Polish faction, quite a powerful faction, is always present at the seminars. So it's my recommendation, as it's my offer to you, make use of that week of staying together to speak, to communicate with our Polish partners, and you will learn about many interesting things. And what is most important, keep track of our next event in Poland. Lena, sorry, perhaps it will not be polite, but I would say that some things that we learn in the countries of Eastern country, you never learn in the countries of Western Europe. And some knowledge can be picked there, and I'm just passing on to you my impressions from the participation in Polish seminars. It was quite a discovery for me, because you can really pick a lot of knowledge, and we really value a lot that kind of cooperation. I told you just 2 examples, but in fact we cooperate on many other lines, and it's publications and the invitation of Polish experts, and annual visits to the seminars by His Excellency Mr. Ambassador. And I don't think that Mr. Ambassador needs my compliments, but every time he comes, the level of intellectual deliberations is quite high.
Lena will conclude and this session. What I would like to say, the words of gratitude and emphasis on our cooperation. This is important per se, and in the historical perspective, because history is interpretation in the memory of peoples of the events past. We have to know our history, and we have to move forward. And this movement forward is well assisted by Poland, because I think that Poland have made a tremendous success. And besides, which may not be quite diplomatic, but let me say that Poland will help and protect Brussels from too much bureaucracy. And indeed, His Excellency the Ambassador is here, but he is also as an expert, and we thank him for this most intellectual session. Andrei wrote to me these lines from Osip Mandelstam: "The tender Poland which doesn't have a king." It's a line from Osip Mandelstam. Do you know where he was born? Do you know where? In Warsaw. Well, I know where he died. I know where he died. I would like to thank our expert with a round of applause. I would like to, it is quite symbolic to have Yuli Bazanov from Kaliningrad has her birthday, and we all hope to congratulate her this evening. Thank you very much.
Коллеги, пожалуйста, я вас...
Dear colleagues, may I ask for your attention, please? And this pertains to the Armenian diaspora, among other things. We are passing on to the new session, which will be a Norwegian session. Just a second. Can you hear me, sir? Fine, thank you. So we are passing. We're opening our afternoon session, which is a Norwegian session, and which is yet another reflection of the deepening cooperation between the school and Norway. Mr. Georg Apenes is a well-respected and known Norwegian public figure who has been a member of the parliament for over 20 years, who was the head of the state agency for data protection until 2010. The topic of his presentation is defined in the schedule on the data protection in the modern society, and I would like to give the floor to our esteemed expert. So we hope to have this very interesting exchange. Mr. Apenes, the floor is yours.
I'm afraid I have to start off by correcting some of the personal data given out. I have not been a member of the Norwegian Parliament for 20 years. But I was a data protection commissioner in Norway for 21 years. And I guess that is the reason why I am here today, which I enjoy very much. And I would like to open with saying, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to this seminar. I have studied the program and I'm most impressed. And I wish you all luck, and especially those who have the task to try to make another seminar next year with the same quality and the same possibilities of engagement. Well, do not ask what society can do for you, but what you can do for society. Those famous words of President John F. Kennedy are often quoted, sometimes in support of ideologically based objection to welfarism, other times in a rally for patriotism and nationalism. From a historic point of view, Kennedy's comment indicates the experienced fact that the exact and enduring location of a point of balance between the individual and the collective needs and requirements hardly can be found. We are facing a permanent dialogue, moving the pendulum constantly and never leaving it to rest. In the early 60s, American Democrats thought time was up to mobilize a sense of social responsibility. A generation later, Eastern Europe bid a dramatic but non-violent farewell to the idea of the prevalence of collectivism. There seem, ladies and gentlemen, today to exist a rather widespread acceptance of a general moral obligation of citizens to cooperate and thus to contribute scientifically sought information about themselves, provided the interest is motivated by efforts to gain new and useful knowledge. Medical research may, to some extent, be moved by personal academic ambition or economic benefit, but certainly also by defined social interests from future patients, the political bodies in the country proper. More understanding means better cures and more efficient prevention. Today, medical research is carried out within certain limits, often drawn by medical ethics and confirmed by legal or political procedures. In the Council of Europe, efforts are being made to develop general guidelines and principles in this area, taking the conflict into account, the dualism represented by the idea of autonomy versus the idea of paternalism. You know best, but we know better. One principle of general importance to data protection strategies, legislation and practice in Europe is to be found in Article 5 of the Convention for the Protection of Individuals with regard to automatic processing of personal data, which was adopted by the Council as early as in January 1981. Here, under litera B, it is stated that personal data undergoing automatic processing shall be, I quote, stored for specific and legitimate purposes and not used in a way incompatible with those purposes, end of quote. It is a viewpoint of rather common support and acceptance in the general current discussion of data protection philosophy that personal data collected and stored for one purpose cannot be used for other purposes without the support of existing domestic law or the expressed and informed consent of the citizen concerned. Exempli gratia, can a blood example collected from a presumed drunk driver lawfully be kept and later used as basis for the extraction of decisive evidence in a paternal case in the administration or in the courts? In post-industrial Europe and North America, we can witness traditional social norms and values being modified or extincted. One may discuss whether this is an entirely good or entirely bad development, but it is taking place without any doubt. In this process, it is apparent that the citizens' ability and willingness to accept individual moral responsibility is in a decline. It is argued that this may have something to do with the subjective feeling among a growing number of people of being deprived of autonomy, but by government, by technology, or social economic structures, by mass unemployment, urbanization, etc., etc. If this is correct observation, the efficient remedies for those who may want to restore not only the individual's motivation for protect integrity and privacy, but also his ability to actually meet personal responsibilities and moral as well as social obligations may be very, very hard to find. 27 years after having written his thought-provoking novel, Brave New World, Aldous Huxley found it worthwhile to check his own literary prophecies and wrote the essay Brave New World Revisited. In this book, Huxley quotes Thomas Jefferson stating that, I quote again, "People cannot be safe without information. Where the press is free and every man able to read, all is safe," end of quote. One of the other important suppliers of the philosophical blueprint for the modern liberal democracies, John Stuart Mill, was so firm in his belief in the rationality of man and the dominant influence of reason over the minds of mankind that he was convinced that the free flow of information and opinions combined with suffrage would guarantee political freedom, ideologically, rationality, and social democracy. The optimism of the 19th century simply believed that only two possibilities could exist when it comes to the impact of propaganda as conveyed by the press. Either it was true or it was false. Huxley also points out they did not foresee the development of a huge mass communication industry which is more concerned with the very idea of truth or false, but it's not concerned with the very idea of true or false, but with the demand for the entertainment, thus supplying the irrelevant, the unreal, and the fairy dreams. What has not been envisaged is the demand for the diversions, distractions, and illusions in the post-industrial societies. Today, as I see it, we are still subscribing to the liberal ideas and ideals of Jefferson and Mill. Freedom of impression are the logical twin of the idea of the freedom of expression. And any suggested reservation as to the content of the purpose of the publicized information will immediately be met by the Jeffersons and the Mills of the late 20th century, who says, what you call abuse of the freedom of speech and print, I regard myself just a fair use. What you want to suppress is a description of ideological, institutional, or argumentative alternatives to the present, the status quo. Your reference to privacy, decency, and taste is just an attempt to strangle reforms and fight political or cultural opposition. The responsible press and its organization have for years recognized the problem and has, through different measures, tried to avoid political interference, legislation of any form of pre- or post-censorship. Press councils, press ombudsmen, and educators stressing the ethical aspects of journalistics in education and training are examples. Still, we see that even conservative papers, radio and television stations gradually move, it seems, to stretch the borderlines. Their willingness to use intrusion to disregard what traditionally has been regarded as the private sphere, and to pay attention to circumstances and conditions that have been regarded as adiaphora and give it a more or less convincing context to the main subject of the story, seems gradually taking on bigger proportions. It is not only the president who is in focus anymore. It is his wife and his mistress and his children. Also, his more remote social framework is being investigated. And, as we know, Google is a very potent tool for such undertakings. What the society can do is to be somewhat more critical when it decides to collect, store, and use personal data. As a general rule, we may say that any data once collected may be subject to use sooner or later, and any data subject to use may be misused. It is very hard to believe that absolutely all the information collected and stored for administrative and scientific purposes actually contribute a net benefit when it is measured with the risk of intrusion. It is interesting to note that both the courts and the press councils in many countries seem to be willing to accept the ethics derived from the concept of good intentions. My point is simply this: to advertise tobacco or alcoholic beverages with the intent to persuade people to do lawful but harmful things should not be defended with the reference to the principle of freedom of information. It has in fact nothing to do with information, but of suggestions. It is within the scope of the free speech, however, to publish and present arguments to reform, for instance, the drug policies in a country. But it is not the same to do this as to use the arena of the press to persuade the readers, listeners, viewers to use heroin. I now would like to turn to another area where the discussions are running high in our part of the world at present. That's genetics and privacy protection. The decoding of the human genome reached a preliminary climax some years ago when scientists in charge of Project Hugo declared that a draft of the entire human genome had now been assembled. The compilation of findings from sub-projects coordinated in this impressive and worldwide undertaking may be subject to some adjustments and corrections in the future. But in essence, the mapping is finished. It was celebrated all over the world by scientists and the medical community, but also by politicians and government officials, which means those who are in charge of the efforts of trying to meet great and fast-growing expectations connected to health, welfare, and lifespan. But compared with the reception of previous spectacular discoveries and inventions within the field of medicine, like the penicillin and the anesthetics, we were this time able to notice some doubts, at least, in the comments of the individual blessings of the opening of this new frontier in the history of man, a new reality enabling us to carry rationality a great step further, to regulate, administer, plan, and control a better common future. Genetics will sometime in the not so distant future really make it possible to plan for success. Some of the underlying questions might, for instance, be whether such plans are designed by individuals in their search for a better health for themselves and their kin, or the lawmakers and governments wanting to raise the quality of their nation, or simply whether the motor is the search for profit by the multinational pharmaceutical conglomerates. Some of you are old enough to recall that President Clinton, in his public statement from the lawn of the White House, stressed the ambiguity of the new era entered. Without mentioning his name, he indirectly referred to the problem so often and so strongly articulated in his books and essays by the Finnish philosopher Georg von Wright. Rationality and wisdom do not always mean the same. They do not always coincide. Personally, I would like to express my concern of the dangers we do not see, maybe because we do like to see them, and therefore do like Admiral Lord Nelson did when he put his field glass on his blind eye. Although the accumulation of positive knowledge in this area seems to accelerate, we may still have some years ahead of us before the practical possibility of wide-scale human engineering is integrated in our health services. Now a new area has been entered, the area of epigenetics, promising to some, scaring to others. Even those who, with minimal reservations, loudly admit that these new possibilities may be used for purposes that a majority in our culture today regard as negative and harmful. As opposed to the scientific breakthrough manifested in Hiroshima, the advent of genetics has been well advertised. There has been very little secrecy surrounding the research. Governments and the pharmaceutical industry have willingly funded the works. We know much more about what we are approaching this time compared with the nuclear technology breakthrough a couple of generations ago. To me, it is obvious that genetics represents a challenge to traditional concepts of privacy. I can think of no more sensitive, intimate information about an individual than the pathological potentiality of her or him laid down in the genetic layout embodied in her or his cells. What then is so special about genetic information? I think that the general public, as well as academics, politicians, and legislators, already regard, or very soon will do so, genetic information as very sensitive information belonging to the most intimate realm of the private sphere. The main reason for this may be the popular conception that genetic information on the individual carry knowledge of some sort of determining rails which sooner or later will lead to the individual to contain unavoidable harms, problems, or advantages, like being able to smoke 40 cigarettes a day for 60 years without developing lung cancer. Will it be possible to preserve fundamental privacy values as expressed in the Council of Europe's Convention 108 and the European Directive? The problem starts when findings from person A also tells us interesting things about B, C, and D. Should they be informed? Under what conditions should it be a legal obligation to try to contact the ignorant rest of the alphabet in order to give them certain facts so that they themselves can decide to seek counseling for change of lifestyle, medication, or, more dramatically, to reconsider a planned pregnancy or a planned future? Would Ronald Reagan have been campaigning for the presidency of the United States if he himself had known he would develop Alzheimer's disease? Would he have been supported by voters if they knew what was to come? Or would orchestrated leaking of a secret have spoiled his chances of winning the election? I'm just asking. In politics and social formations, historically things like biological fatherhood did not play a major role in the legal or administrative developments of a society. Now, this age of relative innocence may soon be over. It may be of little interest who fathered the prince, but the genetic heritage he left behind can be of decisive value from a curative or therapeutical point of view. Should the person or institution carrying out the collection of genetic information be obliged to seek the information consent also from the relatives? Or should the collector, depending on his findings, actively inform those who may be in the risk zone? If so, how much time and how much resources should be expected to be used? To which extent should the answer to this last question be relative to the possibility of preventing or delaying the manifestation of a malfunction or disease? No. Finally, some very private or rather personal remarks, because I see that time is running from me. Norway is this year celebrating its 200 years of having his written constitution. During some spring weeks in 1814, a handful of presumably representative members of the general public gathered after the USA and France. Norway was historically among the first nations where individual citizens enjoyed full freedom and the sovereign absolute power was regulated by law. But honestly, most people were not very much occupied with human rights 200 years ago in Norway. They went about their daily challenges in the fjords, in the barns, and in the fields. Even though small libraries popped up regionally in Norway in the late 17th century, we have no indication showing that Norwegian peasants asked for literature on human rights in general or the safeguarding through a constitution the individual rights of self-determination. Statistics is very rare in this field, but as far as I know, an easy an essay concerning human understanding by John Locke, published in 1690, or Critique of Practical Reason by Immanuel Kant, published about 100 years later, were never found in these small libraries. Is philosophy is given impetus to the development of political institutions in Norway as well as in the rest of Europe? Yeah, probably, yes. But collecting enthusiasm amongst the general public, the individuals who little by little should be given political power or become voters, no at all. Then in 2013, Edward Snowden happened. I myself belong to those who said, well, Snowden's finding must be food for thought. I expect my fellow Norwegians to be more careful in the future. To my great astonishment and disappointment, as a serious survey revealed, my fellow countrymen preserved their trust in the internet. 62% answered that the Snowden incident have had no influence and their in conduct when operating their electronic tools. 8%, however, said that they have been considering using some special words less often. So the Snowden incident did not produce, at least not in my country, the change of conduct which I had thought and which I also must admit I have hoped. Finally, it is my humble opinion that we, at least not today, do not have the tools that at the same time offers protection of individual privacy and at the same time give personal information to projects and plans generally accepted as being constructed for the common good. Defense being an example. In the United States, there is an old saying running like this: you can't have your pie and also eat it. This is why nobody, as far as I can see, have come up with a scheme comprising both the two, privacy and legitimate social interest. The situation in 2014, I think, is that we may have to choose if it is possible to develop systems and technologies that may promote classical privacy, which I myself very much doubt. Let us give it a try. If it is not possible, however, let us just note what George Orwell might have been right in 1949 when he wrote in his novel 1984, "Those who owns the past will also own the present, and those who own the present will own the future." Or, more bluntly, we might quote the Stasi boss Erich Mielke, who said, "In order to understand everything, I have to know everything." Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your attention.
Коллеги, наш эксперт.
Dear colleagues, our expert with exactitude of a jeweler really gave 30 minutes for his presentation and left an hour for discussion. Please, a colleague sitting just opposite me. Good day. Ilyin Roman from Vologda. My question would be, what is your take on the concept of technological singularity? And will the humankind, together with philosophy, technology and science, will it have the time to realize the problem that technologies bring to us? Shall we have the time?
I really do hope so. I'm not quite sure, though. I think what has happened last year is the fact that we have discovered that the transparency of the whole world is already there. And that, in my opinion, trying to find an answer to your question, as I understand it, might be very, very hard. For instance, some people say that we have to teach each other to use cryptifying our messages. But that is done for a generation already with correspondence on the net. And still, some people have been able to crack the codes and being able to go on by sending encrypted messages to each other.
Так, сударыня из Высшей школы экономики, прошу.
Madam from High School of Economics, please, you now have the floor. Пигалева Дарья from Nizhny Novgorod speaks English.
Тогда поближе к микрофону, вас плохо слышно.
I would like to ask you a question which is correlated with the information and freedom of expression. As we know, in Russia last year was adopted the law according which some internet sources, blogs and so on can be restricted without any judicial decision. So my question is, do you think that such legal acts in country can have an impact on the freedom of expression and on the realization of such rights which are given by the Article 10 of the European Convention of Human Rights? So.
Well, as I understand your question, you would like to know what my opinion is on the fact that some sources or some canals are closed down by the government without any court decision at all, and I think that's cannot be tolerated. At least they have to go through the legal formal procedure in order to obtain. They have to explain why they intend to do it, and how long it is taken, and how this is going to be. The general public is going to be informed with the reasons why, and how long it's going to stay at that. Well, I must say though that if in such a situation, we simply have to depend on the other medias collecting attention to what actually has happened, and try to raise an opinion amongst, well, if not politicians, those who are concerned, elections, intellectuals, academics, and those who, like myself, think that historically privacy has been a great advantage, even though it seems today that its area is fading out. Russia is a member of the Council of Europe. And this question that you brought to me might, and I think it very quickly through, might be brought into the Court of Human Rights.
Прошу, сударыня, вам слово. К микрофону.
Сергеева Наталья, город.
Natalia Sergeyeva from Samara also speaks English.
Tell me, please, do you personally approve using private information such as telephone calls or internet correspondence in order to prevent terroristic attacks? Thank you.
No, I don't do that if I know that this is for my eyes only and my mind only. I don't share those kinds of informations, especially not if it is sort of sensitive with a third person. If that answers your question, it does. Thank you.
Вопрос из Болгарии, коллеги. Станимир, прошу вас.
Question from Bulgaria. Stanimir, please, you now have the floor. First, I would like to thank you for the lecture. For me professionally, it was very interesting. In Bulgaria, the Commission to Protect Privacy and Private Data is something very new, but it enjoys great power. it has the right to impose very serious fines. And now a serious conflict is between this company and people of free professions, such as advocates and notaries. They are registered as people who are allowed to operate this personal data, but the Commission forbade them to make photostat copies of domestic ID documents, because in Russia the police still managed to put some codes which allow to these ID documents can provide any other information with the exception of like the name, date of birth and social security number. It also put in sex. It also put in some barcode like data in medical, race and you name it. And nowadays the Commission has barred to make these photocopies based on this fact that we have no right to look this data. The question is like this, but we need it because the court recognizes this photocopy as proof that this person really attended an office of the notary or advocate, and indeed he did this title, this deed, whatever. What is your comment on this? Thank you.
My only comment would be, I do hope that this question is brought up in your National Assembly. Because apparently there is something too short in the legislation on this area, since the court can do things like that.
No, we won the case in court, but still every case there is different practice. There is no common practice in terms of what verdict the courts may return. Sometimes they may return the verdict to support the plaintiff, and the other kind the defendant. So there is no common practice among the courts. In this sense,
it's simply a question of having the Ministry of Justice issuing the directive to the entities proper to say that if a case like this and this and this should pop up, your authority would be limited to do this and this and this. Nothing more.
Продолжаем. Коллега, вот.
thank you very much. Artur Rudakov from Rostov-on-the-Don. Tell me, please, do you know any cases of court persecution for violation of legislation for the protection of data, be it administrative or civil or criminal, something really serious when they will prosecute for not defending the privacy?
Well, I can only answer for my own country, and there was one case coming our way, and that was the directive from the Union on data retention. And a majority of the Norwegian parliament said that we are going to have that kind of legislation, we in Norway as well. But then, 1.5 years later, the European Court of Human Rights turned the whole idea of the retention directive down and said that this is against fundamental human rights in the Union. So this cannot be the Union as such, or any of the member states or any of the associated states integrate in their national legislation. And that was the most dramatic and most dangerous example I can think of by now. I would think that others are also, other examples might be found in other countries, but here and now I am not quite familiar with them.
Прошу, сударыня, вам слово. Да.
Miludina have the floor. Anna Martinova from Sochi. Mr. Apenes, I will ask my question in Russian, if you will. Internet gives us a possibility to users by hiding their IP addresses and their real data using nicknames. At them, the users very often, as they have discussion, especially on some burning questions, they can use very harsh wording and may even use unverified information. Tell me, please, where is the dividing line between freedom of speech and all permissiveness, and how the situation is regulated in the EU?
It is certainly right that it is possible to exchange viewpoints or concepts on the net without being discovered. Now, what is on the agenda concerning the Snowden case is not this the content of the messages using harsh word or indiscretions, but the possibility of register who is contacting who and how often and who what might other people might be drawn into with their. So this is what the people call the metadata, which is as potent as many of the messages in clear text. I don't know if that answers your question, does it? No, not really. Try once more, please.
Yes, she asked, where is the dividing line between freedom of speech and people who go unpunished and all permissiveness? What I mean is the technicality, I understand it. I'm interested in this relation of your entity and you as a specialist. What's your take to the moral aspect of this matter? How do you think, how you could tolerate, how tolerant is the EU towards such situations when people abuse each other online, and how do you regulate the situation at all? Or they may knowingly use unverified and untrue information.
The freedom of speech, unlike what a lot of people seem to think, is not an area where you can say just anything you want to anything you would like to tell things about. So there is, and in many countries, this is not regulated by law or legal decisions, but by decency, by moral or traditions or moral concepts, and I think that also must apply. There is a certain limit of what you can say to each other and about each other. But no, it's very hard to draw through legislation a criteria for what is okay and what is not okay. And that, of course, is things that happen. You see it from the informations I read from the courts in Norway. More and more often, there is messages sent by the culprit from his or her phone or PC, which is rather harsh and which is taken up by the accuser as being against the limits of free expression. And sometimes they are given the support by the court, and others they are turning down. I had an example in my original manuscript where I tried to enlighten this, but unfortunately it fell out because I was too long. But a Norwegian Supreme Court a couple of years ago published a decision where a Norwegian newspaper had published a conversation between a politician and a member of the general public, which was apparently not meant for publication. And the court said that the intent of the publication was to enlighten the general public, to show what kind of a politician he was and what kind of things were going on, and so on and so forth. Another case was a female member of parliament in England who was a very, very strong critic of any legislation which was meant to be in support of feminism, or especially the part of feminism which was meant to take care of sexual attraction between people of the same sex. She was very, very strongly against lesbians and lesbianism. Now, one day, this lady moved out of her house and took up a relation with another lady. And this was written about and commented in the newspapers in England. And she brought them to court, but the English court said that no, this is of general interest, this is of general importance. They can use their right of expression for in a case like this.
Продолжаем. Вот коллега, который...
We continue. A colleague in third row, please. Yes, you wanted to ask a question, please. No, you didn't? As you will, please. Sergei from Volgograd. My question is a torrent file. Do you think that torrents, will they be banned, torrent files, in the very near future? And the next question is, it's related to piracy party. And when they started to ban and outlaw torrent files in Europe, they came up with Internet Piracy Party, which even attempted to go to parliament. Do you think this party, political party, does it have a political future? Not. Because nowadays they even have some number of votes in parliament.
I think, personally, I think that those kinds of political phenomena in the present political landscape, both in Scandinavia and as in the rest of Europe, might be fought with words and meanings and expressions and arguments, and not by being declared unlawful. That's a very puristic and rather simple approach, I know that, but I think that's the only way in a liberal democracy like our own we can do anything about it. As long as they behave legally. And the piracy parties in Sweden, at least, we don't have it in Norway, in Sweden has not so far been prosecuted for anything illegal.
Так. Пожалуйста, коллега. Да, не часто вы нас будете, прошу.
Dear colleague, you don't often. I have a question. I still have a remark about piracy party. Please remember to give your name. Burtsev from Krasnodar. A remark about piracy party as from the member. Piracy party exists in Norway since 2012. In 2013 election, it gathered less than 1%. Piracy movement is best developed in Germany, where in some land the Piracy Party would rank as number 3 in election. But it's not about its name, it's about the same principles which we're discussing right now. Openness, freedom of speech, freedom of dissemination of information, and so on. And all these good things. And my question would be more technological. What do you think? Nowadays we have a number of ways to remain anonymous online, and a number of ways how you can calculate this classical battle between the shell and the armor. Tell me, please, can you remain absolutely anonymous online in 10 years' time?
I'm not a technologist myself, but I would say that today it would be very, very hard to establish yourself as a anonymous partaker in the happenings of the internet, the political files. But I cannot exclude the possibility of in the future things might pop up that could be used for such a purpose. It's new to me that we have it in Norway. I can't see any of the polls where they had made any impression, and they don't have any representative neither on the parliament or in any of the regional houses of representatives. But I might be ill-informed. What was the next part of your question?
Нет, вы ответили про анонимность.
Well, you already answered both anonymity and about piracy party. Thank you.
Идем дальше. Мария, прошу.
We continue. Maria, you now have the floor. Maria Gulliv from Petersburg speaks
to begin from a little bit afar. I have a friend in Sweden, and as far as I really have very little knowledge on Sweden in general, but as far as I was given to understand by my friend, by using the number of the social security card, you can somehow get access to the number of medical accounts, and then you can online track the medical history of a person, and then somehow you get, by properly legal ways, the bank accounts and stuff. So you get pretty much whole biography of a person. However, on the other hand of that, you also get to know how much money service, as in civil servant gets, and you also get to understand how transparent the whole system is. So how would you say I don't know how it is in Norway. I'm guessing pretty much similar. Would you comment on how you correlate the transparency, which is one of the key values in Western democracy system, with the privacy of a person, even though they be civil servants? Thank you.
It's a very hard question you ask, because traditionally the Norwegians has been a little more skeptic about things like this. I read about the cases and what if you obtain the social security number, what you can find out if you really want to. And that also applies to people who are working in the government, of course. I honestly haven't read about anything like that from Norway so far. But the real trouble and the real problem that I didn't touch very much upon in my original intervention is that most people don't give a damn. And I talked a little about my expectations of the results of the Snowden affair, and when less than half the number of people are being asked say that you're familiar with the expression, well, I haven't done anything wrong, so why should I fear anything? I trust the government's people, they want me well, they give me treatment, so why should I fear them? So why should I insist on having anything excluding from general insight? Well, when I'm giving lectures, I heavily protest those kinds of arguments and say something like this. If I go into my bathroom back home in Norway, it's not to do anything indecent, unhygienic, unlawful, unmoral there, but still I close the door and I take down the curtain, because in that situation I would like to be alone and not being served by anybody, even though they might be nice people. And my experience is that when you use that kind of very simple and maybe rather vulgar example, people nod their heads and say, well. So my moral message is that we all would like to be left alone in some situations. We all would like to keep something secret for ourselves. We don't like to have it spread all over. And the strange things I read in the Swedish press about the incident you're referring to is that so very, very few has been reacted to it. They say, well, sorry, I'm not happy with it, but I trust the surroundings and that they will keep it for themselves and be quiet of what their findings are. And if not, well, what then?
Artak, прошу вас.
Report. My name is Artak Oskanyan, Yerevan School for Political Studies. My question has two aspects in it, and both are relating to the social media and the e-democracy that is going on lately. The first part of the aspect is that a relatively younger generation is very involved in internet activism, but that has its negative effect, as for them thinking that being active or online is enough to consider themselves active citizen, which is not the real case. The civil activism in reality is going out actually, talking to people, explaining them whatever they want and delivering the messages. Most of the youngsters think that putting some post or sharing their opinions online is enough, but it's not. That's the first part of it. Would you comment on that? And the second part is, right now in our National Assembly, I'm an expert for the Parliamentary Committee on Defense and Security, by the way. We have a draft legislation on prohibiting hidden users online, like posting some kind of messages from hidden profiles. Let's say someone would put a post that some kind of official, public official has done something, and then a media resource would link it, and it would become news. In reality, that news is false. It didn't happen in reality. But as far as there is a linkage that someone posted in his Facebook account, let's say, there's a reference. They're referencing to it and putting it as a news. So this draft legislation is going to punish the people who are posting this kind of information, which is untrue, but still it's kind of limiting their rights. How would you comment on that kind of draft legislation? Is it good practice? Would it be possible in European Union? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Question one was very easy. I am 100% agree with you. I think we live in times when youngsters think that the fact that they are surfing on the net gives them some kind of image as being politically or socially active, which is, yeah. I have 7 grandchildren myself, and I know what I'm talking about. When it comes to question 2 about trying to punish or make illegal messages which are anonymous, but can be traced back to a sender. When I listened to you, my impulse was to say that I agree with you. On the other hand, I have 6 years as being an active journalist behind me, and I know that if the media were prohibited technically or legally from using tipping from the general public about wrongdoings, about rumors, about things that was not as it should be, as they should be, then many media, especially those media we need, would lose their teeth, because leakage is a democratic value, in my opinion. It sounds rather harsh when I put it in that way, but many things history shows has been brought to our attention by somebody who have good reasons for not being in public, but gave some indications that civil servants have done something wrong, money had been used wrongly, and so on and so forth. If that should be prohibited, I think we might make some bad experiences little by little. But I mean, if these messages contains accusations that are unlawful, stating that he or she has done something, been a part of something, which is simply hasn't happened, it would be possible to go to the police, wouldn't it? Or then the police might go to the court and say that this is something which is circulating on the net, which is very harmful to this citizen proper. So I'm afraid I cannot give you a square answer, but I understand your concern, and I'm very much looking forward to see where do you find the balance by being open, which is a good thing, and taking care of the integrity of the individual citizen on the other. Thank you.
Так, вопрос из Ингушетии я видел. Отпал уже вопрос? Хорошо. Наиль, прошу вас.
Thank you, Nail, Bashkortostan Republic. I am a lawyer by profession, not by. And I, as a lawyer, I know about many gaps in our criminal law, procedural law, that allows to get a sanction of the court. And so after bugging the conversation, for example, bugging the cell phone, and get a sanction of the court to arrest someone. I know there are some gaps in our criminal code. Do you have any mechanism or institutions in your country that are not parliamentary? So then non-parliamentary extrajudicial institutions that would limit excessive authorities or special agencies, for example, from bugging or just from unlawful activities. Is there any oversight thing that exists in your country?
If the activity as such is lawful, nobody can bug it. But if they have a suspicion, like the police, that something is taking place somewhere, they might lawfully go to the court and say that this is taking place, we are suspicious of the activities, we would like to bug it. And they can get the permission, which is limited by time, and put in microphones and see if there is something to it. If they don't find anything, they have generally, or as a main principle, the duty to inform those who have been wrongly bugged. But yes, there is, by administrative decision, a possibility in Norway to bug or to use tools or that otherwise would be unlawful. It's actually stated in the law, and that especially applies to the police taking care of unlawful immigration. It takes also into consideration spies and such more spectacular things, and it's always giving great attention in the media.
Так, еще есть время, прошу. Коллега из Петербурга.
Hello, my name is Artem Filatov and I'm from St. Petersburg. Thank you very much for your being here. My question is not very certain. It's something like crude oil but not refined. You've told a lot here about anonymous actions in the web and some regulation of the web which requires users not to be as anonymous as maybe they want. And I've just thought that now in the world it's the application named Secret is very popular. It's becoming extremely popular. I mean the application for iPhone, iPad and so on. This application allows users to post anonymously. Sometimes it's just something naughty and nothing more. Sometimes, and there are such cases, it's something like commercial secrets, something like political secrets, not of large scale like multinational corporations, but on some level. So it seems to me that users would like to be anonymous in some sector of the internet, yes? It's not a large scale, but some sector, yeah? So if we will try to predict the future, will the governments leave some space for anonymous actions on the web? Or it's not okay and it will not be done? So just maybe some thoughts from you, some predictions. Thank you very much.
I don't have any predictions, but I have some experiences. And my experience when it comes to the net is that I too often had said to my fellow workers and in my office and myself, is it really possible? Can that be done? And I had been in charge of data protection in Norway for almost 1 year when I asked some of my engineers or technicians, when you talk about security or secure solutions, what do you actually mean? Is it really literally secure? Then they blushed and said, no, what we really mean is almost quite sure, secure. And if they, today, like the method you described now, if this is popular, and if authorities or competing companies all over the world think that things are happening there that we should know about, they will find a way around. Be sure, be sure. As I told you some minutes ago, I'm not a technician myself, I'm a lawyer. And I don't understand all the things that's actually taking part on the net. But my experience so far is that every time they have tried to draw up a design where the user were told that we have no invented something for you that you might be of interest to, especially if you are willing to pay for it. And it's quite sure and no problem whatsoever. I think that it's just a question of time before they can walk around it.
Коллега, прошу, середина ряда. Да-да. Да.
Спасибо.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll ask in Russian, if I may. Saratov, Agency of Social Technologies, and it turned out that we are such people who are involved in the production of content, and so I would like to look at this problem from a different angle. It's a very important issue in Saratov. So there are always educational courses, training courses, very important. So different educational training courses related to IT hygiene, IT security. So what's your opinion concerning what's your opinion about this phenomenon of information hygiene? Do we need to educate people? Do we need to do it in a centralized way? Do we need to train people? Just information hygiene of a human being. So how important it is?
I don't know. The only thing I can, and now I am trying to be prophetic, is that these questions that you brought up is going more and more hot in the future. Because I think next to warfare, the battle of health, the battle of research is getting more and more of something that which is occupying us all. But what are you actually referring to when you're talking about the human hygiene? Yeah, if I may. Could you point it more bluntly?
So there are several opinions, and so this notion keeps changing, this information hygiene, because new types of information appears, and that's that training courses when the business school organizes educational courses how to use internet correctly, web correctly, to place information on the internet, personal data correctly, to make sure that this information does not get into the third hands, that does not become the property of other people, this is not abused. And so these programs are different. So how to work with your personal data in the internet, just how to be hygienic, how to be ethical, how to be, so how to treat your information, how to deal with it, so to not to let others misuse it, abuse it.
Minutes ago, the biggest problem of all is that so many of us don't put any weight to it. We don't care. And if some more people had cared, they would have maybe put their heads together and found out what we can do individually or collectively to avoid some of the temptations that time is bringing with it. I know from Norwegian schools and high schools and universities that these are courses offered to the students which are popular and they have attendance, but still it is not many who use their intellectual capacity to find good answers to your questions. And another thing is, in my opinion, is that if you find answer one day, tomorrow it will be demolished. Things might have popped up that we didn't think of today, but tomorrow there are For instance, who were able to think that we are putting data in the sky? If people had told me that 10 years ago, I would have said, are you drunk or whatever? But today it is a trivial fact that my grandchildren know about. I don't understand it at all. So your question is interesting. If I've given you good people an impression that I'm relatively pessimistic in this area, you're right. I think I have reasons. I think I have good reasons being pessimistic. And the main reason for being pessimistic is that, like I've said now a number of times already, that we don't feel any concern about what is taking place. You're sorting out my personal, maybe your intimate data. It's all over. And if you look up at the colored press, people's willingness to describe and share their intimacy with you, the readers, the buyers of the press, is just astonishing. I personally, I can't understand it.
Коллеги, еще есть 10 минут.
So we have 10 more minutes. Okay, one more question. Okay, from San Antonio. Anton Khvostov from Saratov. Have you read Anti-Utopia Yevgeny by Yevgeny Zamyatin? Will they build glass houses that will control the people, like it's described in this novel of Mr. Zamyatin, written 100 years ago?
I have read it, and I've used it many quotations from it, many in my lectures. And the amazing thing is that he was an active member of the Communist Party, and the book was written 60, maybe close to 70 years ago. And that is amazing. It's a very interesting book, but not appreciated as it should be, in my opinion.
Так, прошу, Анна, пожалуйста.
Anna Tsyganova, Leningrad region.
Anna Tsyganova.
So I've been on the Ukrainian presidential election as an international observer, so my question is connected to this issue. Ukrainians have changed their electoral law. In particular, they introduced the rule according to which the citizen cannot show his mark on a bulletin or even make a photo of it himself. And then I recalled, in Russian law, there is no such norm. However, Central Electoral Commission tends to write additional regulations that usually contradict the federal electoral law. So the Commission motivates such decisions by protecting personal data of citizens. So the observer can be kicked out of the precinct if he violates some kind of personal data. For sure, it prevents observers from work and reduces the general legitimacy of the elections. So in terms of elections, where do you think is the borderline between protecting personal data of the voter and, I don't know, some kind of objectivity and openness of the electoral process? Thank you.
Well, to do a job like the one you described, you cannot avoid revealing at least some personal data, your name and your appearance. But if they ask about you other things concerning your health, your background, your belongings, and so on and so forth, that's another thing. So this question, I guess, is rather new one. might be brought before the National Assembly in Ukraine as soon as possible, so this doesn't happen again. But I don't share fully your concern, because I think that those data revealed might not be as sensitive, and as long as they don't copy it by a copy machine or something like that, just check it that you are you and the name is yours and so on and so forth. I would so far take it easy.
Я думаю, что последний вопрос Денис сейчас задаст. Пожалуйста.
One last question. Thank you, Krasnodar. We are talking about anti-utopias, and today we spoke about transparency, IT security, data protection. We spoke today, and it moves us into modern St. Petersburg philosopher Sikorsky. He speaks about the epoch of transparency. So he actually says about the same thing, because the data becomes transparent. And the importance of human life is diminished. It becomes exposed because of transparency. And then IT hygiene. What is this word? When we parallel a hygienic process with some complicated multi-format process of getting information about the person, so we can eventually wind up at totalitarian methods of fighting against information and everything that's related to it. But because when I hear about hygiene or health, I immediately start thinking about the Nazi Germany. So there's a totalitarian regimes. And for example, in Krasnodar region, so we have lots of events. So where this combination information hygiene exists, and it makes my hair stand on end, and I'm scared because when we show to students, to young people, this when we talk about the challenges and how the information is perceived from the internet, how it's digested, maybe, but instead of that, they just dictate a totalitarian program which is designed to tell there's only one type of information that can be obtained, and all other information is wrong or is false. And so using these declarations, using beautiful words, so the road to hell is paved with good intentions, because we should be afraid that there's a data protection fight may turn into this anti-utopia, and it will become so Huxley, like Aldous Huxley, The Brave New World, and other horrors.
Comment to one of the previous speakers, then there's a question for me. But I agree with you. I think it was very interesting. You agree?
Yeah. Так, коллеги, я думаю, что подошел черед сессию закрывать, потому что время нас к этому обязывает. Две вещи я скажу. Первое.
It's time to wrap up. So first, we are coming to then content of what has been offered to us is extremely interesting and broadening. Then another very important point of this expertise, this knowledge, and please let's give a round of applause to our highly respected guest. Thank you. Let's take a half an hour break.
Коллеги, послушайте меня, пожалуйста, внимательно.
Dear colleagues, listen to me, please. Alexander Auzan is getting late, so we have another 25 minutes of free time. But make sure you come back in 25 minutes, because he will not wait for you. He will immediately start talking.
Вас попрошу быстрее.
So please take seats. We have exceeded our time and we are getting behind our schedule, but the presentation of his presentation is so religiously important for us that we even our recalcitrant restaurant agreed to move dinner to 12:30. And so, but now we're going just to get connected to the process and to start working hard. And I really want to repeat what I've just said. And we're going to have a wonderful speaker, so a great economist and a practitioner and a scientific researcher and a builder of modern scientific economic education. So I heard him say that it's not because of economics that is its fault, but it's something in between between politics and economics. It's somewhere in between. It's not economics, it's not politics, it's somewhere in between. And this is where all this is happening. Good afternoon. So please, I have not yet started my lecture, but I already suffered. So because you're suffering, because your dinner will start half an hour later, so it's my fault. And so those who have pangs of hunger, so have the right to ask another question, additional question. So what I wanted to talk about today. So the subject of my presentation, so I'm going to talk about theory and practice. I've got pragmatic, practical things I'm going to touch upon. So this subject matter was conveyed to me by very sad events that occurred in the last half a year. In September 2013, so then one of the greatest economists of the 20th century, Ronald Coase, died, the Nobel laureate. So there was he died at an old ripe age, because he almost got to be 103 years old when he died. And so then a few months ago, Gary Becker, so then the theory of human capital theory, he discovered the theory, so economic theory of crime and punishment. So then, so it's has nothing to do with Dostoevsky. So it's quite different. Not that story. That's why the lecture I'm going to offer to your attention, it is dedicated to the memory of those two illustrious, prominent people who, to a great extent, determined the picture of economic views and for the 21st century. And both of them belong to the school of economic imperialists. So who were answering with the help of the methods, so they answered social issues, political issues, they found answers, so interdisciplinary sphere, that's where they were so strong, and that's where they concentrated their research efforts, and this is the sphere where a lot of interesting things occur. So the way I'm going to construct this lecture, so there'll be two specific parts. So first I will talk about the economic theory, and then I'll move over to some practical things. Because what we mean by optimization of the state, and in different states, this notion, it's interpreted differently as this reduction of administrative barriers, creation of specific climate, business climate, etc. This is all politics. This is connected to the economic theory, and in the economic theory of law, it's connected to it as well. And I am part of this policy. I participated in the development of this policy in Russia, in Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, and a little bit to a lesser extent in Ukraine. And that's why the second part will be more pragmatic, because I wanted to show you that the great ideas that were born in the second half of the 20th century, they still stay and they work, and they allow to make forecasts for the next 10 years. So let's start with the history of the question. So you see those two great guys, and but besides Ronald Coase and Harry Becker, So another interesting person, Richard Posner, is mentioned. It's him actually who is a nominal founder of the economic law in economics. But he was a judge, a member of the higher court of the United States. So the most famous who was involved in antitrust cases, considered the cases on the indictment of the largest company. So the first antitrust paradox, that's the first case that he tried. So he explained how the judge, against the background of fighting different economic conditions and theories, he made decisions. And eventually, so he came to conclusions that allow to create a law in economics, law in economics. So that's what we call it in Russia a bit different. So how did it go? I will start with one of the main posits. So this is the most important theorem of the 20th century. Let me explain why. And so the history of this theorem is ironic. So it's called the theorem of Coase. Although Coase never formulated the theorem, and so this was another person just who said that. So either Coase, so then it should have sounded this way. So, but how? So, for example, if the transactional costs are zero, then the placement of resources is efficient irrespective of the original distribution of property rights. And so there's a more difficult definition of the Coase theorem. So about 20 years they quarreled how to interpret this Coase theorem. And Coase watched silently, and then he said, that's exactly what I thought it would be. That's the way I thought you would interpret it. And so this illustrious guy, at the end of the day, is not so much the author of this theorem, but he's the discoverer of the fact without which it's impossible to understand how the economic theory existed for the previous 300 years. Can you imagine physicists who are convinced that all the processes occur in vacuum? Can you imagine? And it works out that they have certain models, theories, but they have nothing to do with real life. Because in life we have friction, we have inertia, and the friction, and so this is a transactional cost.
By the way, those words do not belong to me. Not all the smart guys have died. Some of them are still alive, and perhaps at this table too. There is a great UK economist, Mr. Arrow, who said that in fact Coase discovered the friction forces in economics, since people unfortunately are not that smart and honest. I think you are all adults, and you can guess that this is the thesis that should not be proved, although it cannot be proved. And communications between people are costly. They create certain difficulties and costs, and they generate costs. And in this world, we can watch the forces of social friction, which are transactional costs. Why is it important to understand the world as a whole? The best human definition of the Coase theorem was offered by our great friend, Ms. Ludmila Alexeyeva. Ludmila keeps on saying that in this world everything will settle down, but settle down not to the best effect. So this is exactly the definition or the interpretation of the Coase theorem. Because if transactional costs in this world are positive, then no project in a perfect case cannot be fully completed, because it will be opposed by some resistance. So solutions will not be most optimal, no matter if the project was liberal, socialist, or conservative. There is always room for improvement, and nothing is perfect, but instead there is always a chance of diversity. That's the social sense of the theorem. And the theorem served the foundation for a number of new directions and scientific areas, including the law and economics theory. Since Richard Posner, when he quit as a judge and turned into a major scholar. Sometimes it's referred to as the Posner theorem, sometimes it's referred to as Posner rule, but the idea, the rationale behind that is based on the Coles theorem, and it is that since it's impossible, or it's very seldom that one can find equality and equations because of the frictions and transactional costs, then we need to take such decisions and introduce such standards and institutions that would simulate what the market would do if there were zero transactional costs. So the law is required in this world to oppose the transactional costs. That's the conclusion ensuing from the Coase theorem. So what about Harry Becker? He dealt with human capital, and he really made all officials and bureaucrats of the world quite happy, because the letters could not understand why they distributed the budget for healthcare, for education, but when Harry Becker introduced the notion of human capital and its growth, all officials, all bureaucrats were really happy, because they can really report to legislators, to governments, saying that that's the scholars, the academic point of view, how to calculate. But some 15 years later, it turned out that great human capital models didn't work. Why? Because they suggested that people took decisions which university to apply and what professions to get based on their vision, which professions would be in demand in 10 years. But first of all, they cannot know what professions will be in demand in 10 years. And it's not the young people who took normally the decisions, their parents, because parents knew which professions were in demand. They had graduated from universities. So the real process was really opposed by the fact that people were limited in their rational thinking. And the theory of human capital is very useful, but it's very naive, and it doesn't cope with a number of factors, so they didn't work. And the name of Harry Becker would be the synonym of great mistakes and errors if he hadn't developed a new economic theory, the theory of crime and punishment, that already accounted for those irrational behavior and positive transactional costs. So I'm not going to go deeper into those details. So if you don't show the formula or the model, you may have doubts who the economist is. Harry Becker and me, myself, we are both. Now let's see what the formula entails. There are three conflicting conclusions, or paradoxical conclusions, that were noticed by the people who are studying that. First of all, they were criminologists. Criminologists is an interdisciplinary area when various people, social analysts, psychology analysts deal with crime. But when economists interfered into this sphere with their method, the first statement really puzzled everybody, because the economists said that crime would never be defeated. Never. Because combating crime is a process which needs costs. And those costs to catch a last criminal will be excessively high, because otherwise you would not be able to support an orphan G or to develop some vaccine, because you will be busy catching that last criminal. So in certain way a crime will stay forever. Then the very activities to combat crime are always asymmetrical, since power have their own transactional costs in combating crime. And I would like to speak more about this formula. And I can be very brief. And there is a phrase which you learned from the childhood, that the severe Russian laws are addressed by the fact that they may not be complied with. And by the way, this phrase belongs to Peter Vyazemsky, who lived centuries ago. I thought it was said by Saltykov-Shchedrin, but now I know firmly that it was Count Vyazemsky. So this formula that could come up based on that phrase may look in the following way. There are two cofactors: the severe laws, meaning the level on sanctions, hardness of punishment, and low probability that those sanctions will be applied. So this formula that the prosecution of crime in this sense always depends on two cofactors, on how serious sanctions are and how likely those sanctions apply. And this formula overturned the understanding of the law enforcement activities. Now let's recall a great cause around the discovery of friction forces. What is easier for the government, for the state to say? Change the level of sanctions or to change the likelihood of catching the criminal? First, of course, to change the severity of sanctions, you just have to amend regulations, and it's not about only the severity of punishment. It can also do with liberalization or humanization of the criminal codes when imprisonment is replaced with fines or some other fees, and those sanctions can bring more revenues to the state. Death penalty is more economical than imprisonment, because in prison, well, it's not quite clear who supports another party. I don't think that the prisoner makes so much that he can be sustained with his produce. But if a criminal is killed, it's easy and it's cheap. And if the property is confiscated or fine is imposed, it's also beneficial for the state. And let's think what is to be done in order to enhance the likelihood of punishment of the real criminal. It's not only that we need the police, investigators, and agents to find that criminal. They can find him, but then barristers come saying that time of the crime, that man was feeding doves and didn't commit any crime. So the prosecution will be required to prove that the criminal is guilty. It's time-consuming and it's costly. But this is exactly the aspect of the law which stipulates the need for the human rights. If there are no standards of human rights, then the activities of any state is confined to the first cofactor, because we are changing the sanction and apply the cheapest means, whether it is death penalty or operation conducted by the armed forces, not the police, because army acts quite more simple. Some neighborhood is surrounded, running terrorists are shot at, all the country is busy, everybody's watching and enjoying the way their safety and security are taken care of. But whether it is efficient and effective or not, it's another thing, and it can be done in any country if standards of human rights are not meaningful. And those standards are important to keep symmetry and to keep in balance the two cofactors, the strongness of punishment and likelihood of punishment. So the first bullet on the slide brings about quite a paradoxical conclusion again. And it's like the Columbus egg, when you say something and everybody nods saying, yes, it's true. But before the Columbus put that egg at top, nobody knew how to do that. Criminologists for many years were bothered with the problem that, say, some new measures were introduced to combat crime, but without any success. And then no measures are introduced, but all out of a sudden crime is on the downturn. Why? Reasons are known. Because for many years, scientists of various professions trying to figure out that some sentences and legislations are amended, the criminal world convenes in a seminar. That's about Professor Moriarty, for instance. Foreign agent and criminal world are two different things. Okay, so there is some ideal Professor Moriarty who holds a seminar and makes an analysis, but in reality it happens a different way. Nobody convenes any seminars, but when criminals are released from prison, they say that, you know, everything is anew, everything is changed. Is told when they have meetings in their prisons, and because it's not the Professor Moriarty who conducts criminal activities, and criminals are also rational people, so they are also adjusted to the measures. So the question is how various punishments work. Because punishment performs various functions. Retaliation is one thing, eye for eye, for instance, and rehabilitation. And Dostoevsky used to say that we don't understand why a criminal can be corrected if he is put in one place together with other criminals and make them do some senseless things. But in general, the idea that rehabilitation may come is there. Criminals can be isolated, just taken away from the society, or there can be some containment, and that's the most serious thing, how punishment impacts those who are outside the system, who are only going to commit a crime. Again, I'm not going to speak about that for long, but economists gave all the answers when they began drawing graphs, and it so happened that there are some crimes which, speaking economic language, are not price elastic. For instance, there is a maniac who kills people, or a drug addict gets money for drugs. You can introduce any levels of punishments, but they will not impact the behavior of those criminals. Since, in this sense, we are not dealing with limited rationality, we are dealing with irrational behavior. So the punishment measures can be different. It's isolation. If you isolated a maniac, then certainly you can achieve something. But have you achieved containment? No, because maniac successor will do the same as his predecessor. And speaking of containment, perhaps we reach the most important inter-civilizational problem of today, and that's the problem of death penalty. Looks like the most effective way to contain crime is to threaten criminals with death penalties. And certainly it's the man who is executed cannot be stopped because he is executed, but this example can stop and contain other criminals from committing those capital crimes. And the economists began building various models. Isaac Erlich's one of the most popular of them, and it's based on the American law. That each death penalty saves the lives of 15 people. Europe was shocked with that. Asia got surprised, and some additional research started. I'd like to say that by today, in science, it's a European opinion that has triumphed, saying that death penalty is not efficient and effective. This graph shows the level of criminal activities in two countries. Donahue Zibring did that, and it's based on Hong Kong and Singapore statistics. In one of the states, death penalty and execution were expanded. In the other, it was abolished, and it was in the same period of time, 1993, 1994. Look at the graph. If you see the difference, please tell me what the difference is. So it means that the death penalty availability or non-availability do not impact crime rate at all. And why was Europe convinced in the first place, and that the main difference between Europe and America in that? Why did America start looking for those facts in the first place? You know, throughout its political history, America lived under the conditions of democratic power without any attempts of coup d'etat, and no terrorist regimes were established there, while in Europe and in Asia they saw some, and they know that not only people but judges can make mistakes, legislators can commit mistakes. So people are rationally limited, and there is another unpleasant fact that that's not only not God, but they're not angels at all, and probably not all the people are prepared to behave in good faith. They can pursue their own mean interests. So because of the fact that legislators are also limited rationally, it means that no legislative system and their enforcement are in existence that would punish the guilty and release the innocent with 100% guarantee. And there are some cases when innocent can also be punished just for the sake of punishing the guilty. Or if you relieve your pressure, then it may so happen that the innocent are not punished, but those who are guilty infiltrated through the net of laws and escaped punishment. So the law and economics theory says that you never build a perfect system, or similarly, like you never built a perfect socialist system, perfect market economy. It's next to it's impossible, because transactional costs are always positive. There is always room for improvement. So you can make either one mistake or the other. But it's not that bad, but that such a mistake could lead to a death penalty. Okay, so if innocent is imprisoned, that person can be released and then compensated, but if the person is dead, when you realize the person was executed without any guilt, you cannot help it. So even the probability of the judicial mistake is enough argument so that the Oleg model cannot work. And judiciary and prosecution investigators can act on even different motives, not because they do not understand or do not see something. There's a famous story which is now getting forgotten, but in the last decade of the USSR, there was the famous case of whom? Do you know what I mean? Yes, Yeliseyev supermarket, food store. Its director was sentenced to death, but he started giving evidence to criminal connections on top. And suddenly a Secretary General died, and a new secretary came to power, and the sentence was executed on the same night. Why? They did so. They realized that it had to be done exactly on that day, because if there is no man, there is no problem. It's all done, it's all gone. So as a result, there are some conclusions that are related not only to death penalty, but they relate to the law system as a whole. Economists, irrespective of their origin, believe that the Anglo-Saxon system of law is better, is more beneficial for economics and social activity. Why? The reason is very simple. If we understand that legislators cannot predict all the situations happening in the world, then their laws will also be erroneous in the first or second sense. If we understand that the last deliberate constructs are there, the last errors are made, and standards are required in those situations and conflicts arise, we say that it's the systems where people regulate the relations themselves, those systems are better. And when there is a conflict between people, the judiciary takes a standard which becomes the norm of law. I would say that lawyers have a different opinion, and there is a famous Russian lawyer who used to tell me, I fully agree with the fact that the case law system would be better, but I ask you, never mention my name in this connection, and that's what I'm doing. Because you can understand that a sentence to a certain law system means that the entire legal corporation will lose their jobs, and the gigantic change in the system. So not all the recommendations of economists can be implemented. Nevertheless, in order to complete the theoretical part and switch to practical things, let's try to think of some interim conclusions so that not to miss anything. And overall, there are 3 conclusions that I would like you to take attention of, so that we could move on and explore an entirely different area. So the first conclusion is that the transactional costs are always positive, so automatically equilibrium in the market is not achievable. But that's precisely why we need some legal and law standards, but the producers of law institutions runners with limited rationality can make the mistakes and errors of the first or the second level, and the state is not only trying to make up for the lack of automatic equilibrium, but in its place is the source of transactional costs and needs streamlining or optimization. Like a market, it's not virtue, it's not perfect project. Neither market, no state are perfect projects. And this optimization is the third said by sober conclusion, meaning that optimization, this optimization is not possible to be based on some perfect plan, because otherwise in our third stage we would do the same sin. There is no perfectness, nothing can be perfect, and various strategies may lead to the optimization of the state, and that's exactly the subject of our next part. Let's switch to the practice immediately, trying to see how different countries that are not distant from each other resolve the issue of optimization of their states. And that is reduction of transactional costs in economic language. In political language, it's called administrative barriers, and in the language of indices, it's the indice of doing business or business climate. That's graph shows how Ukraine, Belarus, Russia, and Georgia made their progress. The lower the curve is, the better result is, since we are talking about the reduction of transactional costs, lowering administrative barriers, and very sad results showed Ukraine. We might have guessed that in the first place, that Ukraine has accumulated a great burden of problems so that it burst out the way it did. Russia is doing better than Ukraine, but not that good. Performance of Kazakhstan are much better. Belarus curve is like that. They first followed Russia's track, and then they switched to Kazakhstan track. Belarus leaders revised their optimization strategy. And I think it's Georgia who achieved most radical result. And since it's mostly about the years of Saakashvili's reforms, so those results were achieved at that time. So let's talk about the alternative strategies results, and you know, those are results that really show, and what is beyond 2013 and beyond 2014. Now there is a great dispute ongoing about the growth rate of Russia's economy, since it's most likely that this year we have zero. The Ministry of Economy believes it will be 0.5%, but that's within the limits of just the statistic error. If nothing bad happens, which can always happen, then it will be zero. But the desired result is not zero. And it's not that, it's not only that zero is bad as the title, but in the countries with an accumulated burden of problems related to infrastructure, or there is a great gap between the rich and the poor, some high growth rates are to be maintained. Well, China is normally praised, but should China drop its annual growth rate lower than 6%, China will die. They cannot develop at a slower rate because there are disbalances and disorders and discrepancies. So we cannot allow 3 or 1 or 2% as Germany can.
No less than 4% per year, because of the social rifts. The low strata of the society already feel the situation worsening. So indeed, if the growth development is under 4%, that is already felt. If I were to be asked by the Prime Minister to grow the economy by 12% in 2015, we can do that. But do not then ask us what is going to happen to the country in 2016 and 2017. So let us try and consider this, and I will analyze this deriving from the experience which was general for all of us, because the politics on the decrease of transaction costs was de-bureaucratization, or the reduction of bureaucracy. I am partially responsible for this politics because in year 2000, in the framework of the so-called GREFS program, when Mr. Putin was in his first term in office, and he was, by the way, the first to use the decrease of bureaucracy term, or debureaucratization term. Indeed, the president. So at that time, history. We were doing this with Vladimir Mao. We were indeed in the vanguard of this process. We were talking about the administrative barriers, and I always say there's one historian who might have talked before you, which is Alexander Daniel. He says that whenever the same event in Russia can be explained by conspiracy or the mess up, I definitely say that it's the mess up and not a conspiracy. Of course, people are not angels, and we know that for sure. But this reduction of bureaucracy was such that there were conditions of creation of new systems when with the zero import tariff under the Gaidar's government, huge imports started, and with the zero experience of the consumers, certification of nearly 80% of all goods was introduced, which was technically impossible. And when it turned out that some of these barriers don't work, then the so-called these barriers were finished. So our task with Vladimir Mao was as follows. those who tried to decrease these barriers, of course at the assignment of the government, caused the reaction, and indeed the barriers started to grow even higher. Every time that this state starts to struggle with bureaucracy, I know for a fact that the bureaucracy will grow in numbers. I can't say that this is bad or good, because I always say that why do you believe that many bureaucrats is too bad? We also have many people working for the food industry, but they produce something. And I said, well, fine. So it is not about the number of officials, but what is actually the number of the bureaucrats which produce something. So our task was not to reproduce the effect of a carcinogenic tumor, which grows only because it has been touched. And so when the first laws on debureaucratization were adopted with great stress and great pressure from the president, and when the monitoring of the World Bank started, this monitoring was conducted by Sergei Guriev, who was a not well-known economist. He called us after the first round and said there is no effect. I said, Sergei, only a lawyer may say that the effect of the law is introduced on the day of its effect. When is the next round? I will wait. In 6 months? The costs went down by 20 to 30%, the transaction costs. So this politics led to some success, and many countries, unfortunately we don't have a graph before, in the first half of this first 10 years of this century, but it turned out that these effects were not particularly long-standing. I will cite one example. We were able to remove some of the sanitary inspection barriers, but with that said, we would not have been able to take this through the parliament without persuading the other groups that we're not going to assault, say, the controlling bodies. And it turned out that new forms of pressure on the business emerged. So I have to say, as a doctor of economy, the recipe that we have prescribed to the Russian economy were definitely efficient, but that this action was limited, and that a new generation of medications had to be developed, and we did that. But I did not do it in Russia, I did it in Kazakhstan, because the then presidential chief of staff of Kazakhstan asked me a question. Could you indeed try and work out the new generation? But that's an interesting thing. But because we are not, thanks be to God, developing not armaments but economic models, we tried this new generation, and we call this positive reintegration, because when people say that the society, the government and the business have to interact, they have long been integrated. When the business pays bribes to the government, and the government gets a share in the business, and the consumers are trying to make a buck on the consumer protection law. What is this? This is integration, but the bones have been ill-matched. So we have to be talking about reintegration that could produce positive results. We have, and the Kazakhstani government did apply our recipes, and you see this blue line on the graph. This is the reflection of this effect. Why was it efficient? To the 5 principles, first it is the principle of the third. You should never forget about the consumer. Just as many as consumers' policy should not be oblivious of the business. Secondly, you have to understand that there can always be different competing models, and the same task can be resolved through, say, coercion or cooperation. And these models always compete, and you have to take into account that you have to have space for such solutions. And it is never possible that if a business is finds something to be strategically useful, it will not do it. Why? Business is preoccupied with its success. So when the technical standing order needs to be developed, who comes and picks it up? Those who are facing the danger of being kicked out from the market. What do they have to do not to be kicked out of the market? They have to change the conditions, and they need to cover the costs. So your costs will be covered in one way or another. And I have to tell you how the Kazakhs did it. They introduced a mandatory membership in the Chamber of Commerce. A mandatory membership with a nominal membership fee and a large fee for the big business. That's one of the ways to solve this. Mandatory membership within the. What I was most criticized of, especially in Russia, that was the principle of reasonable compensation. I said that there are always influential groups of bureaucracy which are against reforms and that need to be taken into account, and that reforms need to be bought from them. How? What do you mean? So you are proposing to buy them out? Well, and I would ask, well, what do you want? Do you want to make the reformers minesweepers? Because, yes, in our countries, bureaucracy has real influence. Yes, it needs to be said that this bureaucracy has its interest. And if these interests are not introduced, if the balance has not been struck, then you don't. Your value is zero. You will confine to just beautiful plans, and nothing will come out of this. Who will be propagating these plans? And I will try to quote what do I mean by compensation, having told you about a successful case of such compensation. This need not necessarily be monetary compensation. This can be compensation in kind, or the head of Mr. Boris Alyoshin, the head of the Committee for Economic Reforms. I was asked to be an arbiter in licensing of the cartographic activities. And I said to myself, I do not understand anything about this. You will understand. I was told the representatives of the Federal Bureau of Security, the FSB, and others were there. And the problem was that the GPS navigation had to be permitted in some way. For that, licensing of cartographic activity had to be abolished. So the ban on the actual maps to be available to people, because without that, neither GLONASS nor GPS would have been possible. I was asked on behalf of the government to deal with this. And I said, well, please tell me, what is the problem? Why are you for the abolishing, but as an agency you're against this? Well, there are people working there. There are special people who are responsible for the fact that these officers, generals and so on and so forth, all right, I understand. How long do the generals have to serve? For about 2 to 3 years. All right, I said, and is there enough time for them to requalify? Yes. Let us agree that in 3 years we can get the abolish the licensing of cartographic activities. On radio, I hear in 3 years that cartographic activities are now permitted. So it was a compensation deal. And such compensation deals and compromises need to be made. Such concessions have to be made. The fact that the laws don't actually start to function not from the day of entering into force, but the mechanisms of implementation are required, was well understood at every turn of our politics, because at that time we worked with Andrei Barazbash, a series of cartoons that had to support debureaucratization over 10 years ago. You don't remember that. It's all right. That was, and when German Gref, the Minister of Economy, said, all right, let us remove these cartoons. There was nothing insulting about, but the system had been criticized. And the system of control father and son are playing a game. This is the plot of one of these cartoons. I'm a state and I'm the legal entity. No, father said, no, let's play Gestapo. This was the kind of cartoons that we had, and no. I didn't compose this. Andrei Razbash did that with the students. They were very, very inexpensive to produce, by the way. This was like an awareness raising campaign that was to be associated with our programs. So German Gref, when he said that the TV channels didn't want to turn them down, this was the strategy in general. But there was a time when there were other versions available. Let us look at this slide, which shows the situation by 2011. 3 alternatives. Alternative number 1, while we were conducting what we called this positive reintegration in Kazakhstan, I had to talk before the economic bloc of the government, and I was saying that as an economist I am very, very glad that the neighboring state is implementing my programs, but as a citizen I am deeply chagrined by the fact that Russia doesn't take use of this. And I said that of course I would have loved my country to move along the more positive curve, whereas Georgia borrowed those ideas which were proposed around the year 2000 and indeed we can see this from Kazakhstan. Yes. Kairat Gilimbetov, the head of the Central Bank of Kazakhstan. He said, we're a lot more. We're a lot cooler. We're cool. They might be listening to our broadcast. Oh, that's good. That's excellent. Well, Elena Nemirovskaya, people speak because they want to be heard. Yes, we have a broadcast. That's right. The Georgian option. Indeed, Kakha Bendukidze dealt with this, and we were working on this on these issues together with him, and then he stopped from being a Russian businessman and was turned into a Georgian minister for economic development, who said when he was leaving for Georgia, because the Georgian economy is dead, even the boldest experiments are possible. And as you can see, there have been some results achieved. Well, I have not finished my lecture yet. No, I can finish my lecture in 3 minutes, no problem. All right, should I finish in 3 minutes? No. All right. So let us try and analyze. For us to understand, or try to understand what will happen after year 2014, we have to try and understand what is the basis of every system. In Russia, the most important task was to optimize the procedures. In Georgia, there was an objective of creating more of a laissez-faire state to minimize the role of the state. And I can't say if I agree entirely with this. In Kazakhstan, the target was to raise what we may call the adequacy of the state, for it to be more compatible to what the demands of the society are. In the Russian option, the presumption was that the business is dishonest and the bureaucracy are honest. In Georgia, the presumption was that the business is honest and the bureaucrats are dishonest. And I think that both assumptions are unrealistic. As Cardinal Mazarini said, that all men have to be considered to be honest, but they all have to be dealt with as frauds. So the Kazakhstan was coming out from a not very pleasant presumption that both business and bureaucracy can be dishonest. So to answer your unasked question, but that the question that I might predict, that the Kazakhstani option will be stable, but the Georgian will not be stable because it derives from unrealistic presumptions. What will happen to the Georgian program? We will see the same fate as took over our experiment. This was an intermediate drug, a placebo. The effect was short-lived because the presumptions, as I said, were unrealistic. And every of these has its pros and cons. This slide shows us, we have shown this to the government of Russia. In 2011, I was the head of the Commission for Optimization of the State Procedures within the 2020 Commission. This was very interesting work. Participated by over 1,000 Russian economists. We were told at the beginning of 2011, what did you want? You wanted these programs to be author-based. You wanted these developments to have alternatives. Is that right? Yes, we said. All right, we agree. It was not possible to. There were two economists who turned down the proposal. But the only way when you turn down such a proposal is that I will not sit by the table with these people. And I think that this is one of the major problems of Russia. Indeed, very glad that Russia has a coat of arms and has a flag and has an anthem, but it doesn't have a creed. If it had had the creed, it would have said that I will not sit by one table with these people. People have to communicate. People have to talk. Without that, there is no national court. And the slide that you see here is one of the slides which was shown to the Russian government. And these strategies have their advantages or disadvantages. We were asked a question by the government. We were asked, what do we have to do? What do we have to sacrifice? Or what do we have to perform to enter one or another strategy? In 1 week after this meeting at the government offices, we made this slide and showed that it is not easy to enter one of these strategic pools, but some strategies are easier to embark on than others. This strategy is good by its initial premises, but not particularly material, but it is very soft. The Georgian variant of or option of debureaucratization, or the radical it is a political. It is based on a political will. It requires reconsidering of very important laws. And this is what President Putin had to do when he spoke to Mr. Kasyanov, who was the head of the government. He said either this government will uphold these laws, or another government will do that. And these were very conflicting decisions. And with respect to political work and the option in Kazakhstan, let me quote the so-called selective distribution of the fiscal revenues, the tax revenues. Let me quote an example which is seems to be well known. Crimea and Sevastopol have never been in the budget of Russia in terms of the costs. For this to happen, the monies have to be derived from somewhere. The bridges across the Lena River have to be abolished as projects, and the port in Novorossiysk had to be had to be abolished. But as long as there is a consolidated position of the people, and there is an urgent need for financing of mega infrastructure projects, then say a solidarity tax was introduced. For instance, in Germany, we proposed to the Russian government to introduce the solidarity tax, and the Russian government declined this offer. Why should we not do that? Because half of the population would not back it, and 2/3 of those who would back it would not pay it. And indeed, you can't confine yourselves to just saying that, oh, I like that, or I like this particular. Because there are no other options or other venues. Let's see. I predict that from January the 1st of 2015 there will be a significant change in the real estate property tax, which is partially due to a sharp decrease in the profit tax collection and the general and the country is sinking into recession, which cannot help influencing the budgets of the regions.
Property tax is a high property tax according to its cost, its price, according to Dastas, not real estate registry. But I have been saying all the while, let people vote with the rubles for this or other decision. Whether you spend it on infrastructure, housing, it's like savings pension. At that, Ministry of Finance are happy about this. They say, let people vote with their ruble, because when money when you think about how you're about to spend the money, then there's another sort of closer link between the state and its citizens. So far, we haven't done it. Actually, I'm pleased that we insisted upon other things. Let's see how it remains to be done. Given that under the official slower economic growth, investment in human capital will not go down. Why? Because my idea was, and I'm very thankful to economists who supported it, under slowing growth and recession, any government, actually speaking, looking for a good multiplier. That means such expense. Look like very much like in 2009, 2008. Hand out the money to the population to the public when they raised the pensions. Politically, it was very good. Economically, it sort of leveled off the nasty impact of reform. We could also invest into defense industry. It's a good multiplier, at least in part. The hysteric that is going on in the country because of the geopolitical question has very good economic explanation. Remember 1914, nobody wanted a war. And then look, bam, bam. When in 3 months they killed 2 million people, it was too late. It was too late to go down by the sort of heated up economy. There was no word that they knew at the time, multiply, but this is what happened. What about human capital? In a decade, it wouldn't give you a positive multiplier. In 10 years, it will, yes, later return with positive. But nobody will want to invest in it. And as we leave the crisis sometime in the 2020s, 2015, competitive advantage of the countries will be determined solely by whether they can produce high quality human capital or not. This is why I insisted, when we have fewer revenue, less and less revenue, investment into human capital should not go down. This is where the Premier agreed with me. So as usual, the score is 1-1. With your permission, I would make my conclusions about these strategies of optimization of the state, and then we'll move to the Q&A session. Yes, indeed, we should take into consideration transaction costs because of opportunistic behavior and possible mistakes or malafide actions. Yes, a strategy that in part or unilaterally takes it into consideration is not stable, even if it produces good results. Yes, indeed. It's hard to move from one policy to another course. It always has to do with high cost and major decisions that have to be taken. It always affects the interests of some party or another. Anyway, it's always a political decision about which strategy we're about to adopt. Yes, you're right. You can never get a perfect solution that will suit everybody. The competition between the strategies will go on, and every strategy that will enhance the solutions, if it is finding good new solutions. That's why economic theory of law, Coase theorem, economic theory of crime and punishment, all these things that are really elevated, very broad, but very much applicable. This is about our life today. What you need to do how this works, how this can be applied. And then not can you only design sort of your policy, but also predict what will happen in certain countries, certainly with a certain degree of probability. Thank you. Thank you. Q&A. Dear colleagues, we now open the Q&A session. Lady, please remember to give your name. Natalia Mikheeva from Moscow. My question is about human capital. I've prepared it for you. Dear Alexander Alexandrovich, thank you for your presentation. My question. From the State Duma, deputies now said fears that access of our citizens to foreign online courses, for example, Khan Academy TED, will lead to young people who will get a certificate from global universities and will find it easier to leave Russia because they will get a job abroad. Therefore, a discussion like not to allow or say these courses are in English and our people do not have good command of English and doesn't matter. Nowadays, volunteers, several hundred, maybe several thousand, translate Coursera. So the question is what the Moscow State University or maybe your department and maybe the university community is going to take about this. And for example, why is it in Coursera, just for comparison, a conventional course is 2,000 rubles and you cannot even, buy it out later on. But I've looked at MSU site is worth 6,000 rubles and just remote learning course. And tourism 25,000. In our case in Russia, you have to personally report to be for an exam, whereas in Coursera it's all remote. And it's interesting that to be enlisted in remote course, you must send a copy of your passport and other documents. Such a difficult question. First of all, may I point out that we looked very carefully. There's a special program for that matter. Meanwhile, тем временем, special that Alexander Arkhangelsky produced about this course, online courses. You can look it up in the archive of the issues. I would like to make this very strange statement that MSU, Moscow State University, doesn't see a major threat in the fact that global universities now disseminate these systems, because so far in global practice, certificates, yes, are interesting, but nobody has yet received a diploma or a degree. And I claim that nobody would ever do, because in order to fight for diplomas, this is where we compete for students. Remote and distance learning courses are rather a marketing tool. Although, I should admit that what they do is, Moscow State University does this. I suppose Moscow State University has truly become a university on the 13th of April in 2013. This is my big day, because this is when we started to deliver special courses which be attended by students from many departments. Every student has to attend at least 4 courses, sign up for courses in other departments, or anything between 4 to 12, or even 16 if I'm not mistaken. Okay, let it be 12, just for argument's sake. And they are diverse courses. I was very happy when my students from my department, I can see what they sign up for. Well, we were the leader. We have 2,500 students who attend our department and 2,500 from other 40 departments or faculties, what we call. Where our students, they were very popular courses, for example, Origin of the Mind in the biology department, or mathematical models in, this is Deputy Constructor General, Designer General of the Russia, Shakespearean Global Culture, History of Russia's History of Theatre. This is great. So nowadays we're making up, like we used like 10 years ago, Stanford University again do just the basis for its global influence. But we began to do it because they wanted us free, just asked us, can students from other universities, can they sign up for these courses? We said, no, they can't. Indeed they can't. This is according to the law, because this is where we spend budget money and we have no right to teach those who do not pay for education or have not been admitted to university. Which does not mean that they cannot look up online the courses that we filmed and that we post on the web. Why not? That's why we certainly are lagging behind here. I think that this has to do more with marketing. I think that communication between the teacher and the student still, in part, should be, you know, personal, eye to eye. But because there are what we call high context and low context culture. These courses are a great success in what we call low context culture, where a written text and what is going on are very close. I can say that for France, Germany and France and Russia is not the case, because many things are just told in person and not in the whatever the textbook says. This is a special feature of our culture. So I'm giving this sophisticated answer to your question. I have no danger whatsoever about people going to online courses, because it's dangerous. I would say it's dangerous for those people. You don't know what kind of training or what kind of job they will find, how much it really corresponds to what they learned online. But even within Russia, I'm against. They tell us, oh, we have too many universities. 88% of our school students go to universities. I don't think there is anything bad about it. 90% of residents of South Korea go to universities. It's great. But we should understand that most universities are useful for this reason, because they produce middle class. They produce people who understand that they shouldn't drink cheap alcohol. The deposits are different, and fitness is just around the corner. It's very good for the country and its economy. That's why I'm all in for gaining access to online courses in Russian, English, Chinese, Japanese, but what follows is later. It's good for personal development, but for professional training and affiliation, I suppose you have to graduate very much, not an online course, but very much university. I wanted to ask this question without giving my name. Why is it that you, Lena Nemirovska, okay, Moscow School of Civic Enlightenment, you're quite right. And graduate, can we call you, you are a graduate, Lena? Can we say you're a graduate? Yes, I'm graduate of every year. Do you have a diploma? Do you own a diploma, Lena? Well, you don't. Well, I should say that I'm a graduate of all years, and I think that I'm, at least people of my generation and myself, it seems to me, understand a thing or two about my generation. And then my question is, since I also think that the profession and something else, this add-on thing, this is what makes a modern person. And this civic sort of add-on, what we are speaking about, I wanted to tell you, since This is such a severe, repressive, punitive idea about such organizations like us. Why are we there? What are we needed for? In all this education structure. Well, Lena, first of all, I'm surprised that you think that you are a graduate of the schools, because I keep telling, I've never learned economics. I just teach people, because in my day I never actually passed any exams. I've just read some books and now I think I can teach. For that matter, it's a shortcoming, because we haven't graduated from many academies or universities. That is the old Soviet joke. But I would put it this way. In my view, in principle, the system of education is needed for three things. First, and this is what everybody understands, well, growing human capital, professional competencies that could be used in more competencies, greater salary, greater sales, greater compensation. Everybody understands that. However, there is another second product of this kind of system. This is what a nation should get a certain set of diverse professions and people. For that matter, it was perfectly understood by Napoleon Bonaparte. Although Adam Smith, although he didn't use this name, but he spoke that universities, we shouldn't give them any money, let the students pay for getting education from professors, and then in the market they will get the money back, because their skills would sell. This is when Napoleon Bonaparte thought that the state should give money to the university, but it shouldn't give any money for research and science, because it's some unknown matter. But there is a third product. Education is reproducing the culture of a nation. This is a certain set of values and attitudes, understanding what is good, what is bad. On the 22nd of June, I will be in ProScience Theatre. We'll be delivering a lecture about cultural codes of economy, how this or other set of values can determine specialization, what the country can do and the country cannot do, the rate of its growth and movement, and who is doing it all. This is done by educational systems. So what to a greater degree is produced here in this school? I don't know, this is for you to discuss. I'm sure that education produces private sort of product, something that could be sold in the market, as well as socially significant good. This gives just a set of possibilities, and then public good, which is just cannot be sold, divided, or I don't know, reserved and issued, but there's certainly that influences and determines the future of a country. I think that you follow like third line. What do you think, Lena? Do you agree? Well, dear colleagues, we have another 15 minutes. Okay, we'll give short answers. I got my point. Ken Irakli from Georgia, PricewaterhouseCoopers. Very interesting lecture. Thank you. Going back to doing business rating. Well, you just put it that Georgian reform, it's all based upon, there is no realistic prerequisite for that. But in my view, economy of Kazakhstan, say, and of Georgia, they are fundamentally different, as well as their realities is different. If we go back to your graph, you think that it will all go up, right? I mean, Georgian. Are there any mechanisms, for example, if the curve goes up, can we sort of work on this and make it go down? Thank you, Irakli. I suppose I'm the wrong person to be asked these questions, because I was an author for debureaucratization of Russia and positive integration of Kazakhstan. A precondition for developing it for Kazakhstan, it was not that it would be used in Kazakhstan, that could be used in other countries. And I'm sure that let's do it in Russia too. So I would put it this way. Certainly you can. As you go, shift some conditions if you understand what dangers the economy will face. But I want to say that this March, last March, I visited Tbilisi, Tbilisi University with Professor Biridze. We met in our free university in the School of Law with our colleagues and peers, Georgian economists, and maybe directly, we directly spoke about such matters. How can we serve each other? And I would very much want to be of help. For a start, we support visas for Georgian economists so they should travel to Moscow, and it's not a very simple matter in our bureaucracy. So the gist of this answer, yes, you can. I can even sort of get an idea, as it seems to me, how it works. But once I make these assumptions, I immediately remember that one of my friends, he's a biologist. He says on our graves it was, tombstone would say, they were mistaken, but they were honest in their misunderstanding. Good day. Lev Gordon from Izhevsk. A very simple question. From our perspective, we look at activation of SME, and what we can see right now, based upon global experience and our own workings, it's very important to shift the focus of activity from federal to municipal level, because this is where people live. You can sort of reawaken the entrepreneurship initiative, and under this strong state, which is not going to get any weaker, how can we find mechanisms and certain tools for all of us coming from all across the country to make the activity higher by 30 to 50% and make the efficiency of the country some 10 to 15% higher? Thank you very much, Lev. It's a very good question, because the problem of decentralization of governance and government in Russia is one of the most central. I could quote Vice Premier Dmitry Kosak, who some 10 years ago, or slightly less, at that time he was head of the office of the government, he says, we have a tax system that is not of a unitary state, but of a small unitary state. At that we are a huge federation. For this reason, everybody is aware of that. There are special groups who work on this. I would put it this way: economists all are for expanding the rights of the regions. Why the regions? Because in order to enlarge their rights, you should have teams available at hand who can do it. At the level of regions so far, in some regions you may set up, it's quite a good comprehensive process. But it's hard to do it at the municipal level. But the federal government reached the opposite level, that it's letting go the municipal level, but it won't let go of the regional levels. Well, come on. This come on is just cannot be done for one simple reason. At the municipal level, they do not have the budget, they do not have the money to do it. For this reason, we suggest all kinds of experiments with voting tax systems so that people could give you the money. I can give you an example. In the Russian legislation, this is what country settlements, they can do what they call self-taxation. Nikita Belykh ran an experiment in Kiev region where he's a governor, where there's self-taxation. Then 3 mayors then resigned, because people would say, where did you take away this 200 rubles that are paid? Where is the road or whatever? I want this to work because they make more active. I suppose the key here is possible and selective taxation, and possibility to follow directly every ruble you pay. All strong democracy rose from good taxation, because from understanding that if you want to enjoy the right, you have to pay for it. There is no such thing as a free ride. This is just a fake. Dear colleague, Shitova, please, you now have the floor. Shitova Alexandra from Skovsk region. Alexander Alexandrovich, you started in theory, you ended in practice. I'll begin with the theory and end in a question. Douglas Nord and John Nye worked in the paradigm of institutionalism, and they were saying that an institute is formal and informal rules of the game. The formula is constitution, so you are my colleague, hello. And informal practices is like Mowgli, we belong to the same blood, I got your message. Well, so nowadays we live in a democratic regime, and many state institutions are being replaced by non-state, it means by non-for-profits. But at this time, many people acknowledge that there is this kind of organizations like Gongo and Bongo. I don't know how to translate it, but organizations that are set up by the state as non-for-profits, but they work in the paradigm of the state. Do you think these organizations are an optimization and debureaucratization for our state or not? I will answer to you from my theoretical premises, okay? Since you now switched to this language. In the early 20th century, they discovered this, Arnaud Pigou discovered the plummet in the market. They thought that this is the state that can treat it. Then the state did so many things to do, then they came up with like, this is the failures of the state. Gordon Tao came up with this notion that failures of the state bureaucracy. In the next 15 years it was that civil society is supposed to close these gaps, which are called gaps by the society. Judged based upon these sad conclusions by course, since it is variety is possible, that in civil society can have gaps. Congo and Bongo is nothing rather than gaps of the civil society. For this reason, there is no such thing as a one-size-fits-all approach. We should get used to it, and all phenomena have to be looked at from the perspective of what transactional costs will be generated, what possible options are, not just dishonest, opportunistic behavior, and what are the things that people would do. So I would say that Gonga and Bonga, if we look at it carefully, we will see very much the same factors that could be analyzed in the same manner. But people did it because they were in limited institution, and this is where they wanted to make money without investing anything there. That is why we should be quite plain about saying there are gaps made by and failures made both by very much like what the society, like the state, and others can do. What do we do then? Carry on living, that's what I suggest. Okay. Nikita Volchkov from Moscow, two questions if you will. My first question is, Nikita, please one. We only have 6 more minutes. Please give some time for your comments, leave some room. Then but this causa theorem, are you not alarmed by too much too great economism of this? Because figures can be all right, economies are down, but culture, social sphere seem to be disregarded by this. Yes. Well, I have to say quite the opposite. What is this, the discovery about transaction cost based upon? That understanding that people can behave opportunistically, these are factors of culture, not of economy. Actually, institution economic theory, this is what thinks that culture matters more than economy. What I do, and I work in informal institutions. And this is what I will deliver a lecture on Bressans Theatre on the 22nd of June. One is delivered by Sergei Benipalopov. He spoke about psychology of the evil, and then I deliver a lecture of the culture code of economy. This comes very close, right? We've come from Moscow State University. He has a department in School of Psychology, and I'm a dean of the School of Economics. So certainly culture matters more than economy. And it was obvious to Coase, absolutely. That's why he saw that absolutely undebatable thing, such as the social friction that was disregarded by economists for 200 years. Okay, third row, please. Whoever is keen to say 2 hands, please. Lady, please. Anna Zakarian from Volgograd. You know, we have a surprising situation in this country with people who just served time. As they leave jails, former inmates cannot survive as they get into free life. They cannot find a job, and gradually they become castaways and rogues. And I know there's people who go back to jail for comfortable lives. The question is why in our seemingly great, beautiful, big country we don't do any rehab work for this. If we say that even, you know, keeping these jails, it's quite an expensive matter. What is the rationale about it? Thank you. Actually, may I remind you that we in the United States of America are great penitentiary powers. Both us and the Americans, we keep very many people in jail. Europe has many fewer by far fewer inmates. At that, we do not really know what the real penitentiary system is. We don't quite understand its economy because, well, we certainly know how sort of legislation of it works. It's easy to look it up, but in real life, rarely do you see that, say, that life corresponds fully to what the law describes. Life is always more sophisticated and sometimes gives us a drastically different picture from what the law portrays. My answer to the question, why don't we have these costs and anything to do with rehab? Because we, first of all, do not fully understand the very penitentiary system and its economy. Look, these studies are almost non-existent. I should point out that 2 years ago we began to draft this closed seminar about penitentiary right behind the closed doors because we had to get the attendance by the Federal Service of the Penitentiary to have an honest talk how it really works. But unfortunately there are other reasons, and some events happened which just cancelled this event on a regular basis. And otherwise I fully agree with you that this is really a major problem, but I don't know what answer to give to your question. Because if I want to give an answer to a question, I suppose we need to first research this issue, and we haven't done it as yet. Kaliningrad right now, please. Thank you. Ivan Vlasov, a Moscow State University graduate. This morning we had a talk by your colleague, Sergei Vladimirovich Alexandrenko. As to the question what priority tasks could help the Russian economy, says independent court, political competition and honest election. Do you agree with your colleague, and if you do, why? I agree in part. We discussed it with Sergei many times. You see, I have researched greatly successful economic modernizations. At an early stage of a modernization, it's very important to have an independent court. But it's not necessary to have the parliament. At later stages, you can't do without parliament, because the success of South Korea, Hong Kong, Singapore, Taiwan, well, to a great extent, Georgi Satarov and I, we made our calculations. He made the calculations and commented for a joint article in the questions Вопрос экономики, a most recent institutional transformation, where we looked at world examples, how you can really have successful economic transformation and get good dynamics without yet having, for example, political competition. There is just this replacing, but indeed courts, judicial system is very important. But you see, society can live for a while without legislative power, without executive, but without judiciary power it cannot live. If you think that it lives without it, it means that somebody else, maybe with a crime, maybe whoever is doing it. You should see first how it works in life and then try to turn this into a legal system. I really do think that this is very important. I'm sorry, if to be quite just like things that finalize it, my this difference with Sergei Vladimirovich is about this. This our sliding into a track when we see things repeat happens for the reason because the poets saw it for a while and the economists only saw it in 1990. This is what called path-dependent problem. Vladimir Kornilov, Russian poet, Soviet poet, he wrote our history. It was thought that it was all about political regime. Okay, we changed it, but we became 3 times as poor and became poorer, and we would change, we would just be deceived. Instead, we should have changed ourselves so much. I think we should start with culture. Dear colleagues, Alexander Alexandrovich makes us a present by spoiling us by coming here every year, and we appreciate it highly. Unfortunately, my job is that I could certainly get up and you could continue for another hour if the expert would agree, but regrettably we have our timetable. There is Kirill Logov will talk, and I do understand that one expert cannot replace another. And yet, let us thank our speaker once again. Thank you, thank you. And I'm sorry for keeping you waiting and postponing your dinner. Okay, dinner, we resume our work in an hour. Meeting adjourns.
в лицо тычет всякие то.
Коллеги, добрый вечер. Забирайте, пожалуйста, свои командировочные. Подходите сейчас или после сессии. Коллеги, минуточку внимания. Кирилл Рогов, которого мы ждем, очень стремится к нам, но он практически не двигается, потому что он в пробке, очень серьезной пробке, но он будет очень скоро.
The traffic is very heavy, and so he's not moving. Now we can listen to Lev Gordon, who will talk about the development of the cities through the development of city communities. Yesterday we spoke about that, and so Lev is involved in it, and so we have an excellent opportunity to listen what they do. So first I invite you for yoga exercise at 7:30. So yes, first day 14 people came, second day 7. This morning only 4 persons came. So maybe no point to invite for tomorrow. Yeah, because no one is coming anyway. So we'll see, because you can see the curve of attendance has taken a nosedive, and I don't think anyone will come tomorrow for your yoga exercise. So very briefly, about 20 minutes, very short session, maybe less. What you want to do? Let's see what we can do in 20 minutes. I'd like to thank the Moscow School and for all those who create spaces of common thinking, joint thinking. I think that people with active position, attitude to life, vibrant attitude to life, they need and should also deliver new knowledge, new technologies, connect to the world, disseminate this information, knowledge in the world, because we have problems with businessmen, society, governors, and so we have many challenges, many problems. What's important is not to lose this energy and to continue have this spunk and zest and to be energized, to be vibrant. So this verb is very important. And so what we're going to get in 20 minutes? Each of us will feel that it's me, it's my responsibility to change the world. I should change the world. If not me, then who else? And we do have some technologies to help people think that way. So then 130 people today is a big network when you go to the places where you live, so we'll be able to impact our country through the efficient networking technologies, because we live in big cities, not even in the regions, but we live in the cities. And so this wonderful networking so in the cities, so we can build these new modern forms of communications. And so then the power and the society. We do have technologies of creation, developing methods of developing the city, improving the city, connecting the cities. And so now just the 21st century gave us this opportunity. And we need just to make the country go forward, irrespective of what kind of restrictions we have, what kind of constraints we have, what kind of government we have. So we need just to work, because we know that so within the next 2 years we do not expect any great reforms, but even existing within the system we can work very constructively, efficiently, and we can improve our interaction with each other, and creating this platform which unites the city platforms together, so we can elevate the efficiency, put our efficiency of our country to a different level. So this is so then the next 17 minutes I will start doing it. So why I'm here, let me quickly explain. So I've been living in different countries for 17 years. So I worked, I was a businessman for 12 different, so I graduated from Harvard University and other universities. And then I understand that the modern technologies, and I was in business for 12 years. And so then I headed one of the private universities for 4 years, and then I sold it, and so now just I'm involved in city projects and civil projects. using 3 components, and the 3 components is the basis for success. So first thing is technology, modern communications, modern moderation, efficient communications, and this is the first component. Then efficient technologies for building business processes, because non-commercial organizations, they have passion, but they don't know how to build efficient processes to achieve their ends. And that's why in Izhevsk we set up the Association of City Development, and so we do have leaders from the power, and so mayor and the city manager and the governor, so they're all there, business representatives there as well. And so, for example, so one of the largest companies that sells weapons, so he's a